And the Poo Poo Juku, what a guy, my favourite YouTuber on the entire platform.
Oh, Steve's feet. God damn it. It's weird if I don't have. Hello. Howdy. Did you see that? Who put the foot on Steve's mouth? How's it going, 69? Chicarito. Pupupot. Nadia. Don. Doctor, tell me what's wrong. Nadia, Doc, Don. Doc. Passed out Stevie. Tatuan. And Pro Fly 5000. Gore was here. Is it 2-1? I just saw it. That's why I was late. I was watching the game and I just saw the 1-1. I am rooting for Netherlands, so yes, 2-1. Holy crap. Let's go. Okay, yeah, let's see. Ah, best sound in the world. Okay, it's not the best because my singing is the best. Okay. How we doing, peoples? It's so weird. I feel like I'm so far away because I don't have my wheel. So first of all, how are you? How's your Saturday, people? Jorgen. 30 minutes, I think. The broadcast starts. They usually actually start the races pretty fast after they start the broadcast. AMW. I'm gonna call you AMW. First, we have some time to kill. You're welcome. Trickle in. Don't be shy. So first, have some. I discovered something. I don't know why, but look at this. I thought I had a lot of cores, like, but I actually have 462 out of 505. There is a small ceremony, but usually it's like quite fast. I remember last time I was actually quite surprised that they started so fast. A&W came in, subscribed, asked when it's gonna start, and unsubscribed. Love it. So, there it is. For casa. You have a handbrake and shifter. Where are you using it? I don't think it's Robson. Howdy. Oh, there's so many cars. Holy crap. Nay. Good evening. I was hanging. So did it update now? Do I have more cars? Or 65. There it is. Legends. Dodgy. Howdy. Doctor. Yes, hit the like, people. Early like. We need, you know what today's goal is? More likes than Gran Turismo TV's official stream. Holy crap. Someone give me $20 million. Now. You have 20 seconds. Okay, 20 seconds starts Now. 15 seconds. Five seconds. I'm disappointed in you. I need $20 million. Buy this thing. Predorio, what you doing here? Aren't you supposed to vroom? Nordschleife. Everything okay there? How's it going? Sorry, I've been busy. I was touching grass. Oh yes, look at the gold badge.
X6 Amateur GT Driver. Amateur GT Driver celebrates 6 months of membership. A quick hello from me in between racing. Hello, legend.
Thank you, Freddy. Thank you so much. Wolfie, howdy. Australian, mate. Trip. Yeah, get that. I have 2 of these. Are 3 CPOs. How's it going, Freddy, with the racing? Are you still here? The gold badge looks nice. Nice, Freddy, nice. Yeah, I was a bit busy touching grass, sorry. I was like lurking a bit. Left the stream open when I was like getting ready and stuff. So you're not gonna take like sleeping breaks or anything, Freddy? Or are you doing it? That's a really cool thing. I want to do something like that, like some endurance races, like at one day in like in ACC or whatever Gran Turismo, like actual endurance. So hold on now. We need to sell some cars. I need $20 million right now. And I can sell this thing. Oh, you have 6 drivers. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. It's really cool still. Good luck, Freddy. Good luck. I'm gonna sell this thing right now. I have 10 million now. I'm gonna sell. I think I have to sell this one as well. I don't think I'm racing, I'm just watching. But thank you. Thank you, Fredurio. So the cars that I can buy again right away. How much money do I have? There it is. But I can sell it immediately. Let's buy this thing. Huh? $20 million. My new main car. Because I want to get all the cars. 69. This is my main car. I'm gonna stream only with this car now. I'm not doing any dailies, nothing. I'm just racing with AI and this car. Because I have, right now I have I need only, as you can see, I don't know, See this right here, 92%. Yeah, I do. I need to own them once, but I can sell them. But I'm keeping the cars that I'm like race cars and stuff, or something that I like. So I have 39 cars. Yeah, I need to own them once and then that's it. I can sell them. Yeah, I don't want to keep all the trashy cars. But I have been trying to keep the cars I like. Like even just like for some personal reasons. I'm gonna sell this piece of old I just bought it for 20 million. You own 523 cars. Yeah, so you just have to. So like I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna sell this bad boy. Yes. 50, over 50% off. J-Doc, howdy, how's it going? So I'm gonna show you. Like I don't have any of these cars in my garage anymore, but it shows that I have had these, right? Like I own these. For example, like I have no idea. We're gonna find out. See, now it shows that I have this car. I have owned this car, and it updated here as well. Oh, it didn't update here. I think it's just delayed. Or did I check it after that? Anyways, let's see what my predictions were. I don't even remember that. You should know that a year ago, yeah. I mean, I didn't even think about it that you have to own them all at once. I don't know why, but I immediately assumed. So was it this one that I didn't? Okay, I have Lexus and Ose Serrano. Osetti. Now we're going to. What's going on? What's going on with the porn music? That gold badge is now a lot better. Isn't it done? Look at you with the gold badge. The blue in there is nice as well. It's a hint of blue around it. It's a lot better than it was before. I didn't find any like actual gold letters that actually like this font was so bad. None of them like stood out. Okay, I picked the AMG and Valerio Callo. Oh, I think this was the one that there was no driver. That I picked the one that didn't have a driver. Now, so what do you guys think the update's gonna be? Like everyone spill your ideas, or what do you think? Yeah, I did like a tiny bit blue around it as well. And the gold is decent. I actually spent a lot of time making this. most of the time it went to like searching for the road, like right gold and right blue. I think there's a Montreal track. Yeah. I'm gonna stay a bit more realistic and skeptical about this. '89 Honda EX with a nice. That's a really precise prediction, and I think you have some information already. You know what the worst part is, I think? If they give us cars. Like the predictions, yes, cars, but then they're basically like a VGT, Group 1 VGT, I think. The Genesis, right? And we had never used Group 1 in races. 8 tracks, 14 Group 3 cars and Group 4 cars. Or a Ford Pinto. Oh, look at this shot. Holy crap, that's pretty. I am hoping for a track, but I am actually hoping for some like in-game changes, like quality of life changes, even more than like cars. Because I think that if the cars are, I think the cars are gonna be like Group 1 VGT Genesis, and we never use Group 1 cars anyway. So is that your prediction, or is that your hope trip? Toasty, howdy, how's it going? Chat! New, yes, new angle of Lake Louise escapes. Okay, I'm gonna have to admit, I am actually waiting forward to this. Both trip, huh? Oh, it's live now. Oh, it's 4K even. Holy. Oh, 2K. So I do have to start muting this. Why is... How can I... Oh no, okay, it's go. Are you saying this freaking pointer is gonna stay here? Okay, I can put it in this corner. I think I am gonna have to start muting this this stream, because it's like playing music, then it's bricked. To be fair, there is quite a lot of people who use the escapes a lot, like actually making photos. I have to admit that the escapes mode is actually really good. Like, it's a brilliant thing. You can do so much there. I voted in one account. I voted on this account. Valerio Gallo, Nations, and AMG for manufacturers. But I think I didn't pick like who's gonna win. Bartlett, howdy. How's it going? Good to see you. And the other account I picked Josetti, Jose Serrano, and what car did I pick? Wait, what did I pick? Dragon Rider 72. Howdy. I don't remember who I picked. Like what car I picked, what manufacturer? I don't remember. Wait, what's going on here? Hold on. What you yapping about, guys?
I have been competing here in the World Final since 2018.
It's really low, isn't it?
Actually quite long to think about it.
Can you hear anything?
Changing the format and everything, there is a lot more competitors that have joined in the event as well. The level
Can you hear
is
it?
increasing.
Evolution of the competition every year, it just gets
Thank you, Dragon.
more difficult to qualify for these events.
I'm doing
every
great.
year
Thank you for
it's
asking.
harder and harder to make it. So I mean, the people here really are the best in the game.
Is it only 12 hours? Oh, that would have been cool. It's quiet, yeah? It's so quiet in the.
I'm actually really impressed how
Oh,
everything is
Fanatec,
organized. I think
CEO of Fanatec,
very
just.
well executed for an esports event, and one of the
I'm
most,
sorry, that.
professional,
Okay, that's
if
not.
not
That's
the
funny.
most, professional esports events in the world.
It was such a great experience to be able to go
You
up
think
there
you're getting it,
to
Wolfie?
the Gran
We'll see
Turismo
about.
audience.
We'll see about that.
And the reaction that we had there was something I could never have expected.
It's still too quiet, right?
Barcelona Finals is my third event with Gran Turismo, and I will sum this up with two words, very close to Brainbow really. One is passion. I see a lot of passion here from everybody, from the drivers,
Thank you,
from
Dusty.
the organization, from the people. Everybody here is full of
Yes,
passion.
done. We're doing.
And I would say attention to detail.
The most exciting part for us is we actually got third place, which was fantastic. And being able to go up there and share that experience with the drivers was even more rewarding.
20 years of common histories in parallels, passion for design, passion for excitement, and we managed to find a common project, and it feels amazing to experience this with our friends of
I don't know if this music in the
and
background
to
is.
see the reaction of the people.
I don't wanna.
C'est très appréciable de voir dans cette compétition le niveau de compétitivité très élevé et à la fois l'immense respect qu'il y a entre les concurrents et ils peuvent se battre.
It's really low. I put it volume max.
De la meilleure
MD, howdy.
en live.
I'm gonna mute it right now. I don't know about the music. I was going MD. How's football? Chikorita, how's football? No. Done. 2-1. Let's go. I think Netherlands gonna win. Holland. No. I think their music there is copyrighted actually. It can be. I don't know actually. Japanese blonde kid gonna win. Yeah, Miyazano is GTF. Howdy. Touches are through. Yes. I am kind of a Netherlands fan. I've always liked Netherlands. I did more like it, like the older era. But of course, I liked Brazil in the older era as well. And Praga and Lexus. Oh, it shows here as well what I picked. I picked AMG and Valeria Gallo, but I don't remember. I think I picked Jose Serrano, and I don't know. I don't remember what car I picked. Hold on, is it now? Yes. Most likely someone's offering them. I know a few Russian bookies. Like I have to know these from my work standpoint. But I know that you can actually even bet on weather. No
Hello
joke.
and welcome to the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series, coming to you live from Montreal in Canada. We are on round one of what is set to be an absolutely spectacular series of racing.
Hey, Jules. Yeah, I logged into a campaign as well. The first thing I'm gonna say is, why can't we have these same like Delta and like grid list as they have in race? Like, why can't we have this? It's so annoying. It looks so cool. I mean, Chari Chicarita.
Wow, yes, not since 2019 have we been back in the Americas. And we've managed to find a huge gaggle of the biggest Gran Turismo fans going. Let's say hi, everybody. I also realised that I've accidentally dressed like the Canadian flag too, so there is that. So to get to this point, the online qualifiers have been pretty fierce. We've only got the best of the best here right now to drive.
Yes, Chicarita's always serious.
We want to find out who exactly has got the stamina and the poise.
No, I don't think so. Gran Turismo is too small.
To see it
Nobody
take
knows.
the win. So why don't we get the 2024 season underway? The Manufacturers' Cup features 12 teams of 3 drivers. These 12 were selected from the online series ranking. There's 1 player per team for each of these in the 3
I didn't want to say anything out loud.
Race in each round. In the qualifying time
He's been
trials,
there
each
the whole
driver
time, like
will
every
complete one
like.
attack lap. The
final
results
second.
determine the grid position for the grand
It's
final
still too
race.
low, right? The audio.
In the grand final, 1 driver per team will race for World Series
Or is it
points,
fine?
with only the top 6 places securing points.
Toasty. Jesus. Okay, it is low, so I'm gonna have to.
Hello, welcome to the GT Desk for the first time in 2024. We cannot wait to get the World Series underway for you here with the Manufacturers' Cup tonight. First of all, let's get straight into it. Jimmy Broadbent, great to have you back once again. But the competition format for this year, I mean, it's going to be hugely exciting. Back to individual formats for Nations Cup, Manufacturer Series. We've got a whole season's worth. Every race is going to count.
Yeah, definitely. I think this format for the Manufacturers Cup is just fantastic.
Is it better now?
As you say, season-wide, so every race, every fixture, every moment counts for these guys over the course of the season.
You're funny.
Absolutely. And of course, it's not just about us here in Montreal. It's wonderful to be here, don't get us wrong. But also, it's about you guys at home as well. And we like to give back. And that's why there's a chance to win $1 million in-game credits with the Gran Turismo World Series here this weekend. Have a look at this and see what it's all about, how you can get involved in the action.
Hey guys, don't forget that you can get involved with Gran Turismo World Series in Gran Turismo 7. This is with the bonus campaign. Click on the bonus campaign banner on the GT7 world map, and that's going to give you, the players, the opportunity to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Now remember, you can enter and vote right up until the start of the grand final of each of these series. Good luck! You guys love free stuff. Well, by simply watching the broadcast in-game, you're going to unlock 6-star roulette tickets. If you want to see how you compare to our Superstar Nations Cup competitors, you can head on to a new time trial in Gran Turismo 7 that's going to mirror the Nations Cup qualifying here in Montreal. Featuring the Red Bull X 2019 competition on the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the time trial is going to be open for a few weeks.
Is it?
So there we are, the campaign on Gran Turismo 7. Get yourself involved in the action. We'd love to have you as a part of the GT World Series in 2024. That's not all. We've got a bit of a special surprise coming for you a little bit later on as well. But more of that, again, later on. Let's get straight into action on track then, shall we, for this one. Manufacturers Cup, the qualifying time trial taking place here. One lap attack for our 12 drivers. Group 3 cars around the Autodromo de Interlagos.
Yeah, awesome circuit this. A circuit of very much two different styles. The main straight up at top, they're all about top speed, whereas middle sector all about a car that's good in the low and middle speed sections here. Here are your competitors then for round 1 here, of course. Great to see some familiar faces in there. Big change, of course. Angel Inostroza going to Team Subaru. Long-time Porsche driver, turning heel, it seems.
Yeah, he wants to be big in Japan, doesn't he, old Angel Inostroza? Subaru, of course, former Manufacturers Cup champions. I asked him about that move going into this weekend. He said simply, I want to win. Also, we've got Ferrari back in the Gran Turismo World Series for the first time in, I think, about 3 or 4 years.
He's fine now.
Now, Salah, and look at this list. See who's not there? Team Nissan, our champions from last year, not qualified for this event. As a massive Nissan fanboy myself, I'm just beside myself, Tom. It's the worst day ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, the online season obviously gave different drivers, different manufacturers an opportunity to get themselves in. Nissan, unfortunately, did not manage to make the grade. So you can see the drivers then getting themselves ready to go out on track. 1 lap of attack available, so that means they get 1 flying lap here to decide the grid for the race taking place here in the Manufacturers Cup later on here today. Jimmy, 1 lap. There's so much pressure on these drivers, and to add to that, there's an audience here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to do a qualifying lap anyway, but to do it in front of a live audience here today with no mistakes, with some of the toughest competition in the world, rather than me, I think. Anyway, here is Dean Helt from Team Genesis there, coming on to start, I think, his first flying lap at the moment. So, Helt we've seen in the past. He's got the pace and a couple of very lovely GT tattoos as well, which I don't think has really helped him so far. But yeah, interesting to see how them and Genesis get on there.
Well, Genesis fresh off the back of a podium in the World Finals last year. Let's not forget they've got good pace. They're a partner with Gran Turismo as well, so they automatically had a spot to qualify here. You can see him going through the centre S, nice and neat and tidy through there. A little bit tight on the entry into turn 2, but he gathers it up quite nicely. It's the run out of this left-hander all the way down this straight. You need to get as good an exit as you can. It's looking nice and neat and tidy as Dean Helt comes down the Red Bull Monster. Into this left-hander though, does he get the braking all okay and get the apex? He does. A little bit of mid-corner understeer, but otherwise all fine so far.
Yeah, great on-board camera here to give you an idea of what our competitors are seeing. Coming up out towards the middle sector. First of all, though, a very tricky double right-hander. We want to try and aim for the second apex there so you can get us a bigger run off to the exit as possible. Very wide there, almost at the risk of incurring the wrath of the track limit stewards. Don't want to be doing that, because that'll be your lap over straight away. Nice and neat and tidy, but maybe not quite as urgent. A little bit of oversteer there. Well, actually, that is going to cost you a couple of hundredths, and every moment counts here. So down towards the last big braking zone on the circuit here. Flat, almost flat all the way down. Small lift to the front. We're now heavy on the brakes. Down into first gear for the best launch as possible. Second gear on exit and sideways again. Maybe trying a little bit too hard there is Dean. Yeah, Dean might cost himself a few tenths of a second, as you say, and especially going through that left-hander, he's going to carry that all the way now as he's flat to the floor as he comes to the timing line. It's not been bad.
Did it go down again?
Now, let's see what the initial score on the door is going to be as he comes to break the beat. Over the timing line, he goes at 1:29.964. That's not too bad, but this man here, Igor Fraga, Brazilian driver, home circuit here at the Autodromo de Interlagos, and crucially, he's got form. He's won the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup in previous years. He knows how to do it. Yeah, Igor Fraga is always a man to watch here. Let's see what sort of time he puts on the board. Straight away up to the top of the timesheets. Betters Dean Helt's time, and Genesis by 4/10 of a second. Lexus go up into P1 for now, provisionally. Now Valerio Gallo, of course, another former Nations Cup champion here, this time in the Manufacturers Series in the NSX. He's been a Honda stalwart for a very long time. Gallo, he knows the car inside out. Is it good enough though for Paul? No, it's not for now. P2 for Valerio Gallo. I think he'll be okay with that, but let's see what Alonso Regalado can do. Late entry into this weekend is the Peruvian driver. He's in the Ferrari 458. A little bit long in the tooth, this car now, but still not shy
Hello,
of pace.
3
What about
tenths of
Regalano's lap, though, as he comes to the timing line? Can he do anything? Don't think it's going to be easy. A 1:30, 1:78. So the slowest time that we've seen so far. Now, Adriano Carrazza, the second of our Brazilian drivers. We know the Toyota Supra is very handy in Group 3 trim. Carrazza taking a slightly wider line to the checkered flag as he comes to the timing line then to begin his one and only flying lap. Gets the widest line possible down into the centre. He was a little bit deep into that left-hander. That's costing him time. He's going to carry that on. And look how out of shape he gets for the next series of corners.
Completely missed the corner there. Lap's over before it's begun, really. Now all really Carrazza can do is just damage limitation, because let's see what it's like at the first sector compared to the prior. That cost him 0.8 of a second there, just getting the braking zone slightly wrong into T1. So, I mean, it's kind of safe to say that this isn't going to be a lap to remember for Carrazza here for Toyota.
Yeah, up the rise he goes through the right-hander. Smooth inputs on the throttle initially, and then he sort of backs off and back onto it again, such as the demands of this circuit. Wide, sweeping line through this right-hander, down the hill, through the left. It's not looking too bad in this middle sector of the lap, but the risk now for Carrazza is he may begin to overdrive the car ever so slightly, such as the mistake he made in that first part of the lap, which has really cost him any meaningful time. He's going to try and gather that up in the second and third sectors of this lap, but as I say, that runs the risk of just bringing in a few too many mistakes here.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds down the middle sector. Not a good lap, unfortunately, for Team Toyota and Adriano Carrazza. Nevertheless, he'll come up the hill to set a time on the board somewhere behind Regalado, but will it be the end
There's
of
no
the
way.
grid by the time
I wonder
everyone
what
else had their lap?
like
We'll see,
views
but,
they're using.
yeah,
I
disappointing
don't think
start there
Carrazza
for
is using
Carrazza, I
the.
Yeah, Carrazza coming through to the timing line. It's going to be, I think the
that's
slowest time in the
just
session
how
so
they
far,
showed
and indeed it is a 1:30.744 for the Brazilian driver. Now, what about this man here? New name, Nicolas Arriagada, 18 years old is the Chilean driver with the Audi R8 LMS Evo. Absolutely love this machine. And looking
So we
forward
have
to seeing what Nicolas
Monday.
is
We
going
have
to be
29.5
able
to
do, the
be
youngster,
easy.
making his debut in the Gran Turismo World Series.
So
No
far.
pressure at all as he comes to the timing line, 1:30.428. So he splits Regalado and Carrazza for the time being. What about Callum Roach then? The BMW M6 is his weapon of choice, the American driver here, coming through. Looking okay so far. Don't know if it's going to be anything to trouble the top scorer. In fact, he's lost a bit of time here in this final sector, hasn't he? But it's a 1:29.7. Not 1:29.997 for him, so that is fourth place at the moment then for him.
Jonathan Parker, also another American driver, this time in the Corvette representing Team Chevrolet. Not seeing the speed of this car
Chevrolet
yet
would
from
actually
this
be
weekend,
quite fast,
can
but
Parker unleash it here into Lagos? No, he can't.
I don't think the drivers
now, so right
are
now,
fast
Igor
enough
Fraga still
to be using.
leading the timesheets as Guy Barbara, the Australian driver. I think just starting his hot lap now, so we're coming on to his hot lap. Let's watch him into T1. Let's see if we can get a better line than Carrazza did there. Yeah, that's what it's meant to look like. On the apex on the inside, opens up this right-hander, and then we get a nice run all the way through this long left. And basically, any mistake you make in those first couple of corners, you carry that for a very long time. It damages the lap pretty much beyond repair. Let's see what his first sector looks like compared to Fraga here. Oh, he's up. He's up by 0.8 of a second. So a nice first sector there.
Massive
It might also
gain.
indicate that Mercedes is a little bit quicker in a straight line than Lexus.
I will
Yeah,
next season. I think. I will wait for the contract. I don't know how much.
Of this lap, as you
will
say.
need to
Let's
pay
go
me.
through this right-hander. This will be the proof in the pudding. We've seen Mercedes in the Gran Turismo World Series for a good number of
picked
years
the
now.
Twitchy.
They haven't won for a long time. Back in 2019. Oh, big snap of oversteer through the right-hander. That's just a little bit of overdriving there for Barbara. It's going to cost him time in that mid-sector, and you can see him now just pushing it to the outside curve as he tries to gain back the time that he's lost, I should say. And I wonder whether Barbara's going to be able to do that. You can see him there now just pushing oversteer on the car, and it's really scuppered what could have been a very promising lap.
So what happens? I mean, he's still only a 10th down, and we know he's got a long straight here. So this might still be a decent lap here from Guy Barbara. But he just, as you say, suffering from
as I understand, he actually wasn't
a little bit
supposed
harder in the car.
to.
The
He didn't
tyres
make
don't
it,
have
but
a finite amount
someone
of grip. It's very easy
couldn't go,
to
so he
overcome that.
actually
But regardless,
got the
Guy
spot or
Barbara
something.
comes to the start-finish line. It's not a bad lap here for Team Mercedes. Will it be good enough to move up into the order? It is up into P2 there.
Yeah,
for Guy
the mistake
Barbara.
cost
So
him,
a
yeah.
decent lap there, but you must wonder what could have been.
900ths of a second better then Valerio Gallo sees him with a provisional front row start and only 3 drivers left to run. What about Robbie Heck in the Mazda RX Vision GT3?
I saw on Twitter, I think he tweeted something, that like he wasn't supposed to go, but someone couldn't go because of visa or something.
Look over to his right-hand side. He aims for the timing line. 127, 128 the timer, counting up for him, and he goes up in a 4th place, so not bad so far then.
My picks are 1 and 2 right now.
All eyes on him in the Porsche. New car for him. He's used to driving the 911. He's now in the Subaru BRZ, and we know that that car is pretty handy, but it's the straight line speed that's been its Achilles heel over the last few seasons, and it's a long run out of that left-hander. Inestrosa, though, on a bit of a flyer at the moment. He comes to the line. Oh, he's lost time in the 3rd sector. A 1:30.729.
No.
Now this would really
see what's the meta car doing here?
Sasaki runs in a little bit wide, but he's in the Porsche 911, the car that Angel Inestrosa vacated earlier on this season.
Sasaki.
And if Sasaki can out-qualify Inestrosa, well, I can't imagine that's going to be doing the Chilean much out.
No, it's not. Coming to the line now, our last qualifier coming across the start-finish line to complete the set. What will it be for Sasaki and Porsche? He goes up into P2. A great effort there from Team Porsche. You must be wondering if you're Angel
straight speed
right
is
now,
so ass.
just made the switch away from Porsche. Was that the right decision?
I knew he's gonna make a good
Say,
time.
isn't it, really? May have made a mistake on that lap. We have seen a few of those. We only caught the end of it, but Takuma Sasaki doing a fantastic job there. 2nd place on the grid in the Porsche, just behind the former world champion Igor Fraga in the Lexus as well. Really close margins, actually. You can see there in the mid-pack, what have you got? Guy Barbara, 129.8. You've got 129.8s in there, 128.99s in there as well. So really, really close quarters. And those 0.5 tenth losses where you just get a snap of overstick can really cost you very dear.
Yeah, it's so easy to do that, and I think, of course, Guy Barbara is probably the biggest example of that. I think that he could have been on pole position, but just a couple of moments in that mid-sector just, I think, unravelled his lap somewhat. So the driver's now taking a little bit of a break after that. Igor Fraga not looking too happy with that, despite the fact that it was a decent time from him, you know?
Well, yeah, exactly.
He's nervous.
He's
really nervous.
Isn't he, Igor Fraga? And he knows that he's done the first part of the job, but he doesn't know exactly what the second part of the job is going to look like. And, well, as we know, in Gran Turismo World Series, anything can happen. And we're looking forward to seeing what is going to happen. So, yeah, really interesting qualifying session there. And the thing is, as I said earlier on, Jimmy, that one-lap format really can punish you. We saw that with Guy Barbara. He was on a stonker of a 1st sector. And despite that wobble he had in the 2nd sector, he could have been on pole position if it wasn't for that.
It's super easy to do that because you're out there, you're qualifying, you're pushing as hard as you can. You know, that's what a qualifying lap is. It's everything or nothing. But it's very easy just to step over that imaginary grip line that you can't see, of course, when you're in the car. Have that moment, and then it's just all over you. But anyway, a reminder of what's just happened then. So we started off the session with Dean Help for Team Genesis. He would set the early pace going on, but wouldn't be good enough to keep pole position for long because this man, Igor Fraga for Team Lexus, very, very quickly dethroned him.
Yep, Lexus, the Japanese Mercedes, then, as Igor Fraga comes to the timing line to take the checker flag there, as you can see. And
that's why he's nervous on sim racing.
Whether anybody behind would be able to better that time. Given the fact that there were quite a few drivers left to run, it looks quite likely. We saw Gallo going up into 2nd, getting himself ahead of Dean Help. Regalado, as he came to the line, went slowest of the lot in the Ferrari 458. Adriano Corazza was
just one thing.
Better fortunes as he came to the timing line, but
anything ever, whatever it is, like whatever piece of information. If Chicarito says it, just ignore it.
5th position, and you can see Callum Roach there in the BMW M6 GT3 machine as he came to take the checker flag. 4th fastest for him.
Donovan Parker as well. I mean, I think it's fair to say that there weren't really many surprises in terms of the manufacturers. So some of the quick guys ran. We saw Team Honda, we saw Team Lexus, cars that have
349.
Thank you. Of course, in the manufacturers
thank you very much.
Just showing their pace here today.
Cookies for done. Cookies for Cranky. How the Cranky? How's it going?
I saw him.
Thank you very much.
In the top 3. See him there. Really good effort from him.
A new crankshaft.
Igor Fraga, Team Lexus on pole position. And looking a little bit, well, I wouldn't say happy, would he?
Howdy. I need a new beer.
Like his normal self.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cranky just bought a new beer.
Qualifying results then, as you can see, Igor Fraga pole position for him by just under a 10th and a half of a second there from Takuma Sasaki. Guy Barbara heads row 2 ahead of Valerio Gallo. Then Robbie Heck and Dean Help make an All-American row 3 ahead of their compatriot Callum Roach. And then Regalado, Inestrosa, Parker, Irrigada, and Adriano Corazza, the Brazilian driver on home soil. Bit of work to do for him coming into the race later on here today. Now, if you've just joined us in the Gran Turismo World Series, welcome along. It is the Manufacturers' Cup. let's get you through into the season format of what it looks like in 2024. You can see we've got the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. 12 drivers in the Nations Cup, 12 drivers in the Manufacturers Cup. Seems simple enough so far. Here's where it starts to look a little bit different, though. We've got live events over the course of this season. You can see rounds 1, 2, and 3, Montreal, Prague, and Tokyo. The World Finals at an as-yet undisclosed location. Then the Nations Cup. We've got all 12 drivers in all 4 of those live events. But at the Manufacturers Cup, we've got 12 different drivers at each of the events coming together in the World Finals. So we'll have 3 drivers apiece per manufacturer, and they're all going to score points over the course of this season. So there is a lot left to play for, and it really does mean that every position, every lap is going to count. And they really cannot leave anything on the table, because one small mistake, Jimmy, could cost you very dear, and it could cost you your chance at the championship.
Well, I've always seen that
there should be more
qualifying with Karatse. You know, someone who's very strong.
These are not the only drivers for
Team Toyota, and already on the back foot going into this cup. So it's a real shame for them, but it's still a long season. You know, it's not as if it's over, but not the best start for Team Toyota.
Not so far. Anyway, we've got bumper-to-bumper action here today. It's all condensed down into one day for this event here in Montreal, and of course,
I have to say
that's going to be coming along the way.
I don't know the other guy
later on here today. Right? Looking forward to that kicking off.
But I have to say,
as we know with the Nations Cup, it's back to an individual format.
I really respect Jimmy Broadbent for that.
A little bit more
he doesn't even play the game.
Yeah, I think that format is definitely the best for Nations Cup.
But he does this job so well.
For our grand final of the Manufacturers Cup, as you just saw, Igor Fraga
it shows he's doing his homework. Or if he's not, then even more so. He's basically a genius.
Great session for him.
Like just casting so well the things.
As we said before, a bit of a surprise for Team Toyota. Usually very strong in the Manufacturers Cup, all the way down in the P12, but it is.
I'm putting.
So it isn't over yet.
No, but they have given themselves a bit of a
I like him as well. Like, I'm not a fan, but I respect him for what he's doing.
To be starting on the grid, especially considering the fact that Igor Fraga, his compatriot, has got it onto pole position. So we've got Brazilians at the front of the grid and a Brazilian at the back of the grid.
He doesn't even play the game. He doesn't follow
well, it's a bit of a Brazilian sandwich at the moment, isn't it? Anyway, let's get our 12 competitors on to
the casting is really good.
The Manufacturers Cup in the Gran Turismo World Series in Montreal in 2024. Please
I agree, MD.
in
a level that
this weekend from the United States of America, it is Dean Helps.
Oh no, you have a Gran Turismo tattoo. Okay, that's decent, but
Dean making his way onto the stage to a rapturous applause here in
not
Montreal.
sure about the tattoo.
Next up, please welcome former world champion and driving for Lexus, who just started on pole position. It is from Brazil, Igor Fraga.
I know Jimmy's like everything, but to cast something like this, you have to know everything basically, which means he's doing his homework, which I respect. I think it would be really bad if he's like just yapping there for nothing.
Winner as well, for that matter, driving the Honda for all the way from Italy. It's Valerio Gallo.
I don't know about that. That's if you're talking about that. But yeah, the pretending, like it's like the casting makes it up. Like it's actually not that big of an event.
For the first time in a very long time, and spearheading their campaign here today, it is the Peruvian Alonso Regalado.
Like compared to other like esports or whatever. I think they should.
Team Toyota's charge will be spearheaded by Adriano Karatse.
It's been the same for years now, right?
Tokyo in 2019 after a fantastic battle. Give it up.
Valerio Gallo. Valerio Gallo.
Audi's charge will be spearheaded by the rookie, the 18-year-old. It is Nicholas Arias.
I do think that like they're overdoing it. I think, yeah. That shows it's like arcadey as well. No, don't do that. Don't do that ever in your life, please.
From the United States of America, he's driving for BMW. Make some noise for Callan Roach.
Roach. That sounds like a bad guy from a movie. He looks like the one as well. Opening. Oh.
An American driver and an American manufacturer driving for Chevrolet. The man who won the Porsche Rennsport Reunion event last year. It is Donovan Parker.
Gotcha. Oh wait, no. Nah, Donovan, nah. Stop. It's getting cringe. No, stop.
Representing Mercedes-Benz AMG, who took their last win in the Manufacturers Series in 2019, all the way down under from Australia. Give it up for Guy Barbara!
I would just stand there, do nothing, and then smoke everyone. Of course, I'm gonna put the Poopabot to the driving seat, but still.
Manufacturers Cup here tonight. It is Mazda, and they are spearheaded by the American driver, Robbie Heck.
I love commenting about people.
All the way from
like
Japan, he's
what they're doing.
representing. I beg your pardon. That, first of all, is Angel Inestrosa, who's driving for Team Subaru.
Yep. Late to dinner. Yep. Let's do it fast. No. Just stop. The first one was enough.
And now last, but certainly not least,
this guy.
for Team Porsche. He won the Amsterdam World Series
The real driving simulator.
Japan. It's Takuma Sasaki.
The real driving simulator. I would do this.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask for you to stand, if you're able, for the national anthem of our host nation here in Canada.
Are these copyrighted or something? Showed up. Oh, Canada. There's Island. Oh, look. This guy's a really tall guy. Holy. Why are you doing here? You should be in the gym. He's the kind of guy you look like.
For the extra dance shows.
Thank you, Cranky. Thank you for the 6 euros. I have a few more beers now, thanks to you. Thank you so much, Cranky. Cookies for Cranky. For the extra dance shows. Thank you, Cranky. You didn't have to. Thank you so much. Muy grande support from you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. I really do.
Well, the national anthem of Canada rings out here in Montreal as we get ready for the Manufacturers Cup to get underway. Now, Mazda have got themselves a bit of a tall order to get themselves a bit further up the order than they would like, courtesy of Robbie Heck driving for that car, but also they've got a bit of an initiative going on at the moment, a bit of a gamer to real life sort of thing.
Okay, now the yapping's going too long.
It does. I mean, great to see Mazda, of course, incorporating such things. As someone who's gone from the sim to the real life myself, to the real life,
to the real life,
the sim to a real car myself. I think these programs are super important. But let's hear a bit more about it.
Oh.
Since 2022, Mazda has hosted the Mazda Spirit Racing GT Cup in Japan, which could be kind of considered the Mazda version of GT Academy. 9 drivers were selected from over 7,500 hopefuls to take part in 2023. The top players of the yearly rankings participate in the Mazda Spirit Racing Challenge program, the road from virtual to real. And they receive special training on a real circuit before participating in an endurance race. Since the first year of the competition, the program has had incredible success at getting virtual drivers onto real-life podiums.
So there we are. If it all goes Pete-Tong for you at the Nordschleife, there's a home for you and Minty, I assume.
No, I'm not sure, to be honest. But the MX-5, I think, the perfect car to learn. And great to see that these programs are still going on, because I firmly believe that link between sim, real-life racing, tangible. It's there. Anyone who's good in sim, good in a real-life car.
Yeah, exactly. It's not exactly the same as going and sitting and playing a football game on the PlayStation and then going out and, you know, kicking
I've tried.
with Euros in England. Mind you, given their performance so far, maybe it is. Anyway, let's go down to catch up with Jules then. She is with the man who starts on pole position for Team Lexus.
Why did I show this this
Yes,
clip.
hi Igor, how you doing? You want to just get going, right?
Yeah, exactly. All the other drivers are practicing now, and I'm like just watching them. So I was like, yeah.
He's like, keep it short.
Did they actually tease the track?
How did you feel? How was that? How comfortable was that for you?
I
that
missed
qualifying?
something. Maybe a context.
I feel very comfortable with the car and everything. I think it's positive that I'm only doing one series because the physics and everything has changed here.
Yeah.
So I think I'm able to adapt better here and not doing like many championships.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
helping me to get like a good performance here.
And then how are you finding it? Does it feel good? Does it feel
Yeah,
nice?
I feel good. Yeah, I feel nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And what's your strategy going into this then? What are you going to do? I mean, obviously you know the track pretty well.
Yeah, it would depend on what all the guys are gonna do as well. I think depending on the car, we'll be having a lot of different strategy for this one. So I think it should be very interesting.
I reckon you reckon he's probably going to do all right, yeah? We're going to do all right.
Stop
yeah,
yapping,
let's
Jules.
Let's get you in. Let's go practice. Go on, just go.
Yeah, fast. Rapido.
Well, good to hear there from Igor Fraga. Good to see getting a bit of a quick run in as well.
Yeah, I mean, poor Igor.
Looking forward to this one. Let's have a look then, shall we, at the Autodromo de Interlagos. We just saw it in qualifying a few minutes ago. We love this circuit. Jimmy, 30 laps though here, and strategy to come into play with racing hard and soft tyres. It's going to make things pretty interesting.
It is a long race, this. As we said, qualifying, it does have some importance, but it's not
New
over
intercept.
completely. You don't get the best
New,
position possible. We do have
new
a
tyre
3 times tyre wear rate here, which means that
Tyre
this
sponsor.
is kind of what we expect to see for our strategy. Fairly simple, right? Either start on the softs or start on the hards. Now, I think those at the front of the grid are going to go for that soft tyre. As always, try and break away early, get some clear air, whereas those starting a bit further back will aim to use that hard tyre at the start of the race where they have to,
fuel
they can't use the soft tyre effectively. So it's just about using these tyres at the right time, but of course, that's just strategy in a nutshell, isn't it?
The fuel,
absolutely. Well,
I think the
in
fuel
terms of
consumption was on one
drivers
time,
to
right?
watch,
I don't think they had to
going
refuel.
into this one. I mean, you'd be hard to bet against Igor Fraga. We just saw him sticking
Or do
on
they?
pole position. But I'm keen to see what Karatsa can do. He's starting right at the back of the field. Does that give him then an opportunity to try like an alternate strategy? Get sort of, I don't know, go ugly early if you like. Get the hard tyres on the car and then run the softs when he'd be quicker at the end of the race.
Well, I think it's called an alternative strategy for a reason. It's not the ideal strategy, and he really has to now think of something special to be able to move up the field, because these guys
fuel
are
one next.
these are the best drivers.
I don't think
in the
they
world
had
at
to
Gran
refuel.
Turismo. And you're asking Karatsa, all right, mate,
Maybe
just
they
take
do.
11 of them like it's nothing. Off you go.
Yeah,
So it's
good point.
going to be really tough for him. But I'm looking out for Guy Barber. The reason why I'm saying that is I watched him practice earlier on for some of these races, and I've never seen such fat sends in my life. My word. So I mean, like, watch out for him. He's going to be quick.
He said to me,
Football
it's
one.
nice to see your favourite Kiwi back, in a reference
Shut
to the
it.
fact that I mistakenly identified him as a Kiwi about 3 years ago, and he's never let me
Doesn't
forget
hold a
it.
grudge, does
No,
it?
not at all, not at all. Lovely bloke. Anyway, looking forward to getting this one underway. Now, as we said earlier on, a bit of a tease coming for you in Gran Turismo 7 over the course of the next few weeks. That's because there's a brand new update coming to the game with a lot more things, including new physics. Have a look at this and see what it's all
New
about.
physics. New physics. Shut it, everyone, shut it. Holy crap. Third track. New Michelin tires. I told you! I told you! Nürburgring Trophy. Eiger Nordrad. Oh, that's cool.
So, new cars, new circuit, and new physics. What more could you ask for?
I'm looking forward to driving that Impreza, man. That looks awesome. I'm really looking forward to
Yes,
sliding that into
Impreza.
the walls, probably. But
Yeah.
amazing to see it back in GT.
Absolutely. Don't forget about
So,
the campaign.
yeah, Genesis
that we're
1
running
Group
here
1,
in Gran
yeah.
Turismo 7 as well. You can predict your winner. And here is how the votes are looking so far. Unsurprisingly, given that he started on pole position, Igor Fraga has got 51%.
What do we
of the
think?
votes.
Can't believe you guys done my
The
boy
track
like
didn't
that.
know. I don't think anyone expected that one.
yeah, a great opportunity then to get your hands on some in-game credits. If you are correct, of course, in your prediction, you will earn 1 million credits in-game. And as always, I have completely forgotten to do mine, so no credits for Jimmy.
Sad times for James.
I have to like a bit like settle in.
James Brawl, but for no apparent reason. Anyway, drivers are ready to go.
So Sophie on Northside, but decent.
It is time then.
But it's still, I think it's still gonna be like. But I think there's gonna be more and more stuff in there. That's just main things they announced. I think there's so many more details. Yeah. I haven't done this for a while.
The crowd are ready to go then here as the drivers are lining up on the grid. It is time for action to begin in 2024.
What do we think actually?
Manufacturers Cup then. Here is the first grid of the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series.
The track looked cool, like in the mountains and stuff.
On home soil at the Autodromo de Interlagos, it is Igor Fraga. Takuma Sasaki joins him on the front row of the grid with Guy Barbara in the AMG
I will see about that.
Third.
Maybe.
Next up is former Nations Cup champion Valerio Gallo. It's an All-American third row with Robbie Heck for Mazda spearheading that, just ahead of Dean Helt in the Genesis. Genesis fresh off the back of their podium last year in the World Finals. Callum Roach lines up 7th with Alonso Regalado in the Ferrari 458. Italia in 8th position. And Strozza, new challenge for him with the Subaru this year. Not working out so far, down in 9th place on the grid.
How many likes do we have more likes than Gran Turismo official channel now?
Audi R8, and then Adriano Carrazza botched his qualifying lap.
Rookie numbers. Put those numbers up.
Giving himself a lot of work to do.
So who's going to win? Is Igor winning?
Fraga. 5, sorry, I should say, starting on the softs.
Yeah, unsurprising, really. If you're Igor Fraga at the head of this field, you want to try and get away as soon as possible. The worst possible thing on these opening laps is to get involved in a fight and lose time. That's how tight the margins are in these races.
No, I think Stevie's passed out. There's no question about
to
that.
see it go down as far as
so
6
new
and 12
update
from that hard compound tire. So we're going to have 2 groups at the start of this race. Let's see how it pans out over the course of 30 laps.
We're going to have to see. I think they're going to publish the trailer as well.
Whether he may have just gone, for the soft tire to go and get those on in the early stages, but he's decided to go for the hard, decided to go for the same strategy as everybody else around him, and let's see what he will be able to do and what kind of progress he'll be able to make up in the field. His best hope, I'm sure, is to try and get himself to the head of the hard compound runners up into 6th place. Anyway,
they're both going to win.
Stop talking. Let's start racing. We're ready to go there.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
World Series is underway here in Montreal as we go green.
Any sense? Turn 1. Let's win the race. Turn 1. Come on, let's win the race. Turn 1.
Across the timeline, down in towards the center S.
Send it.
In second, Barbara in 3rd place. No moves being made courtesy of the rolling start, spreading that field out a little bit more. But the run through this left-hander on the run down the Retroposta could
already
give us
getting
an
away.
opportunity to see some moves being made. Igor Fraga doesn't have the benefit of that slipstream, that hole being punched in the air in front of him. So
new physics, by the way. That's interesting.
Speed, but he holds his lead for now as we come through to the left of turn 4. It's as you were.
I think Sasaki should send it last corner before the straight.
Start to spread the cars a little bit here. But now going into this middle sector, it seems that Gallo in the Honda.
Why didn't anyone go for the win in the first turn? That's like the basic move, right?
So the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th very close right now. Already a penalty there for Arriagada.
Arriagada already pen.
Carrazza up into P11. On board now with Valerio Gallo for Team Honda. Great view here of the train in front. Now you're on. Is
it Gallo who's using the outside view, like the chase view?
Any sort of weakness right now will just be magnified tenfold with the fact that the cars are all so close together. Coming now down to the last big break of the course. Or now it's just all about horsepower up the hill here. Now Gallo's out.
To be fair, Sasaki is holding up nice. I mean, the 911 is really good on here, so I think it's gonna. I think he can keep up.
So On board we ride here then with Gallo as we come to the timing line. He's closing up to the back of Barbara. Barbara in turn is not too far away from Takuma Sasaki. Sasaki is very handy in the straight line in that Porsche. Are we going to see Gallo go for a lunge to the inside? Well, he closes up under braking. Karatza in at the end of the first lap, the only of the hard shot runners to do so. So I wonder if he's going to do an alternative strategy. He's going to do a two-stopper here potentially, JB. Get onto the soft tyres and then do 2 stints on them potentially.
Yeah, I'll just have a look over to his rig there. Got onto the soft compound he goes, so he's just going aggressive.
Okay, he's going
early.
2 stints on soft.
We mentioned this earlier on. He needs to find some way to insert himself in that pack out there. Now, what he's done by putting himself on that soft compound tyre and pitting now is giving himself a massive gap. You can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen the track map. That last little arrow there, that's Karatza. He's got that gap just to drive into, and hopefully, well, he needs to find that time because he's got to make an
I'm still waiting for someone
to
send it.
Controlling the field out in front. Half a second the advantage.
They're keeping up, that's cool actually. But usually like the P1 is getting away, but the gap's still the same. That's really cool.
Up the pressure like a sponge. He's doing a fantastic job, as he always does, at the helm of this field. Very rarely
is
does he make mistakes. You can see
behind,
Dean Helt there, 6th place. He's in. He's got a flashing red light next to his name. That indicates he's picked up a penalty. Whether that's for track limits or for contact, I don't know. I would assume
the P12 is doing 2 stop.
Now he's screen indicating that he's got himself into some strife.
Yeah, Karatza is doing 2 stop.
That one. Never want to see that next to your name. Meanwhile, Gallo pretty much pushing
stop.
Guy Barbara along on the straight here, already up the inside there. Now, who has the most horsepower? That AMG is quick in a straight line. As soon as Gallo pulled out of the slipstream there, the car just fell away from him. So this could be a challenge. Gallo looks to the inside, late on the brakes, goes flaring. Gallo dives up the inside there, parks it on the apex, defends
nice
the corner,
one.
Up to third goes
See, this is racing.
That is the move.
He had tiny bit had a
many,
corner.
many times
The other guy
These
respected
guys
it
have raced
and
each other, of course,
did
in the
wrong.
online season, but also they've been
If you do it in a game, someone said it's a cent.
How the other driver is going to behave, you just get a set that's sort of 6 tenths almost, and Gallo sending it to the inside there, clean, decisive and clear. He needs to now be careful to not get involved in a squabble with Barbara if Barbara tries to retaliate, because it will allow Sasaki and Fraga to clear off into the sunset, essentially.
Now these guys, they are going to be looking back now.
Mamma mia.
They're going to realise that there has been a change in position. The fight at the back of the field at the moment is absolutely fantastic, by the way. We don't have it on our screens, but 8th, 9th and 10th having a fantastic scrap. We'll stay with Gallo for now, though, at the moment in this third group. Now, the question really remains is, can he now take the gap down between him and Sasaki? I think he's got the pace at the moment.
I think you're absolutely right, and as you say, that squabble going on further down the order that we were talking about there, that's Dean Helt. He served his penalty last lap, as we saw that flashing red light next to his name, and now he's involved in squabble with Regalado, Inestrosa, and also Donovan Parker in the mix there as well. Sasaki now beginning to close up, and Gallo bringing
okay, that's really
back
close still.
Like,
that's really
the rhythm,
cool.
so the 2 becomes a 3 as they come out of that final corner and aim it for the timing line. Lap 3 out of 20, about to begin lap 4 we are. Fraga still soaking up that pressure at the moment from Sasaki. Now you wonder whether Sasaki might try and do an undercut here to get himself past Igor Fraga, go for a lap longer on the softs, but Sasaki a lot of closing speed on the brakes into that first corner. Little bit of a warning sign. You can see further back you've got Robbie Heck now coming under some pressure as well from Guy Barbara, who's dropped back behind the Mazda driver. So it's not been a good couple of laps here for Guy Barbara as he now pops himself into the slipstream of the Mazda. Down the Retroposta we go. In front, we're side by side almost there as Sasaki and Gallo were going pretty much wheel to wheel into turn 4.
That was clever there from Guy Barbara. He could have thought that more and lost more time, but I think he knows that the guys in front have the pace over him, so he's basically going to get dragged along, and they're going to keep
Gallo
this
is really fast.
of 5 cars together, which is important for everyone's race here. Now Gallo has moved right up onto the back of Sasaki after Sasaki's half move on Igor Fraga. He said he might try and undercut him, nearly just moved him into T1 there, so the stewards will have a keen eye on the racing.
Why is
here today. Now through this middle section, it feels
Barbara so far back now?
Compared to
Lost
the
another
rest of the
position.
circuit. You've got to be patient on that throttle pedal coming out of it, otherwise you start burning those rear tyres, and these soft tyres, they're pretty susceptible to wheel spin. If you get those spinning, you heat them up, and you can't really get them back into the window where they once
no
were.
bound
So
drafting,
tyre
people.
management is crucial here, but you wouldn't believe it from the way these guys are driving.
Just having a look there, Alonso Regalado picking up a warning for bum drafting. That means he's sort of pushing Caleb Roach along in 6th position, and the stewards don't like that sort of thing. Also, further further back, I'm looking at the gap that Karatza had. It was 9 seconds a couple of laps ago. It's now down to 6 seconds. He, of course, is on a quicker competitive tyre. He's lapping some 2 seconds faster as Gallo has a half look to the outside there of Sasaki into the first corner. But keep an eye out for that gap with Karatza and Arriagada.
Same as in real life.
That'll be crucial coming into the latter stages of the race because he's still got to run that hard competitive tyre. My bet is he'll try and do 2 stints now. So he's done the hard competitive tyre. He did that on the first lap, but he's got to try and make up that deficit because he's doing an extra pit stop. So we'll see how it's all going to work out. Let's have a look here further back. This is Dean Helt. We're on board here with Donovan Parker. He just has a little bit of contact there with Angel Estrada as they go side by side down the start-finish straight. Parker's got the outside line. He's got track position down into T1. He goes up into 8th place. So there's a great nose-to-tail battle going on.
That's really cool. Like,
top 10. And this is all
like
for those
in top, there's like they're really close
yeah,
still.
As mentioned before, we've sort of got two
anyone's race
that will come back together when these strategies all converge towards the end of the race. To give you some idea of how that soft tyre is comparing to the hard tyre right now, Karatza has gained about 4 seconds.
P4 is holding Twitchy back.
On that alternative strategy, Karatza down.
It seems like Twitchy seems a bit faster, but
meanwhile, go back to the
can't go for the.
Robbie Heck at the moment.
No touching allowed. No touching allowed.
Ahead of us right now with Guy Barbara. Heck has the fastest lap of anyone in that Mazda, so there is speed in that Mazda.
Heck has the fastest lap, but it's just straight speed, right?
All 5 cars still within about a second and a half of each other, so this race is anyone's at this point. Fraga doing, as you said before, a really great job of just sort of driving them around, keeping them there. Meanwhile,
it's going up there, it's going down there. Come on.
From Gallo. Gallo looking around the outside now in the NSX. Can you make this stick? Trying the long way around to be on the inside, though, for this right-hander. It's getting very tight as we go through here.
That's so cool.
Has the alternative line on the inside and just about stays ahead for now. Look at the gap that's given.
What racing is that? Huh? Come on.
It's compromised his run down this Retroposta.
What the
heck? He goes for the defensive line, but Gallo's going to pull to the outside here. Sasaki moving over in the braking zone. The stewards are
You're losing time to Fraga. Come on, guys.
In on the apex of the corner. Again, there's going to compromise his run. Gallo pulls to the inside there as he challenges for second. As we come down into the right-hander, Sasaki's going to have track position here. Is he going to muscle out Gallo as Gallo tries to firm it around the outside in the Honda NSX? Surely Gallo's not going to be able to make this stick, and indeed he can't. Sasaki parks the car in the apex, tries to get the over and under, switch it back on the inside. This is fantastic racing between these two drivers, and Sasaki defending. Gallo tries to send it to the inside, but Sasaki is still there, ready and waiting.
What a race,
and all while they're doing this, Fraga's clearing off out in front.
That was some amazing racing there between Porsche.
But I'm surprised that Twitchy and they didn't like catch up that fast. They lost so much time there. Like fighting.
So, going up the hill now.
That's close racing, exactly.
7 of this race here at Interlagos, and Gallo's going to have another look. He's now desperate to get by. He knows he is.
That's so weird that they didn't like
back in the draft, back in the
like Barbara and Heck didn't gain that much time from
he's
the
trying
fighting.
the outside line once again. I don't think he's quite as close as he was. He's going to try and cut
now
back in.
Now they're
I think
close.
What he's trying to do is just put
but now Fraga's getting away
through this complex and get a better run coming down the second straight here, but not quite as close as before. But as you said, all that going on, all those overtake opportunities means that Igor Fraga has now got a little bit of breathing room.
We want this table in our races. How hard is that to give us that? We see everyone's deltas. Like, how hard is that?
Want to lay their hands on at the end of the season. Just a reminder.
That would be so cool. It's so easy. Like, it's already in the game.
New 12 drivers going into Prague later on this year, and then for Tokyo, likewise the same thing. All 3 of those drivers for that specific manufacturer
as well
will come together as a team of 3, and then we'll have the grand finals taking place later on this season. As we see Iriagana,
what's colliding? What's going on there?
Colliding with another car.
Stop colliding, people.
Fraga, 1.3 seconds. The gap is going to stabilise out in front.
You're back there colliding. Right These guys are fighting for the win.
Half a second
no touching allowed.
Courtesy of those soft tyres.
So that's actually a bit of a disaster for Karatza, because now he's back where he started, trying to get through the cars on the slower compounded tyres, but burning his soft tyre at the same time. Saying that, he goes up into P11. So we'll keep an eye on Karatza down in P11.
2 seconds faster per lap, though, is Karatza at the moment. So you imagine he's going to try and make
Island.
work of those.
We just sang your anthem.
Like you say, you've still got to run a slower lap time because you're working your way through traffic.
It just depends where you catch him. If you get him on the corner exit, lovely. But
Are
if you're trying
Island?
to catch him through the middle sector where everyone is on one line, you're just wasting the life of that soft compounder tyre, and it can really come back to haunt you as the race goes on. Now, the gap to the front, I'd say that Fraga isn't actually the quickest of this pack at the moment. I'd say he isn't quite the quickest of the 3. Now, here's a replay. Here is Heck and Barbara going down towards T1. What happens here?
Down into the breaking zone. Sasaki versus
Gallo again.
It's the same.
Barbara. Barbara tried to send it to
they had two fights at the same time. That's why they lost time. Okay.
To fourth place. We see Barbara
They should not
right
have fight there. Like they should just have waited out the fight. I don't know why they fight there. They lost time the same like these guys.
And is Heck going to be able to
They fought at the same time. And Fraga is just smiling and getting away.
Inside line. Does he run it a bit deep? Yeah, he does.
And that's brilliant racing. That's just beautiful. So cool to watch as well. It's actual racing.
So that was going on while we had that awesome battle with Sasaki and Gallo. So I think nice to go back and see that. We can't unfortunately look at two things at the same time, but of course we try our best. But the gap is coming down in the front, down to a second now. So there is speed in this pack. I get the impression that maybe
what drama?
Is just sort of
give me drama. I'm not getting involved. I just want to hear drama.
Take it nice and easy. Ariagato there does pick up a penalty. So yeah, unfortunately for him, things go from bad to worse. Karatsa getting a warning.
Karatsa colliding again.
How often have we seen that?
Ariagata again a pen. Just go back there. What's going on there? Chill with the pens, okay?
If you hit the traffic at the wrong time, even the fact that closing speed might just be that little bit closer as well. As we sit on board here with Valerio,
that is enough.
He's got box office seats to the battle in front with Takuma Sasaki and Igor Fraga.
Yeah, Karatsa, like, he's on soft tires. He's skating.
Sasaki's going to be back into slipstreaming range at this point now, and of course Fraga doesn't have the whole being punched in the air in front of him.
Yeah, everyone on the soft compound tyre was quicker than Igor Fraga.
So Karatsa's idea is...
apart from Karatsa, who got caught in traffic, his last lap time Karatsa on the soft tyre of 32.1. All these guys are doing 31.0s. So that's a difference just trying to get through that traffic there.
I think 15 and 15, right?
So still on board.
So at one point he should...
he's just a bit quicker for his mid-section. I know he's burning the time more. I don't know if his car...
Because the hard tire guys are going in like pretty fast. And Karatsa is going to gain time.
He just seems to have that little bit more pace at the moment, but there's just nowhere to go.
P9 is going to gain some time if the
we'll see what happens here.
The hard tire guys in front of him are going in for the soft tires. Lap 10, I think, lap 11.
Defend at the same time, so he's got to keep an eye on his mirrors of Guy Barbara behind, but also doesn't want to let Takuma Sasaki get too
yeah, tire conditions would be really good. Yeah, I agree. I think they had some. I think they had tire conditions. No, there it is. There it is. Yeah, there it is.
You can look at the front tyre.
Oh, look at Fraga's front tyres.
Down to 18%, so he's going to have no grip left. Is he going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap to get those soft tyres off? He is. Fraga boxes early at the end of lap 9. That is a bit of a surprise. We're kind of getting to the pit window. You can see
that's actually interesting. Others can gain time now.
As part of that pack, but crucially,
okay, Gallo and Heck are in as well.
Feel okay with their car so far. They're carrying on.
They should show the tire life a bit longer.
Use both compounder tyres, so that's interesting to see that there as we come on now out of the pit lane. Now, as they've gone onto the soft compounder tyre, this overcut from Sasaki, I don't think is going to work. These guys are going to be a little bit quicker, well, they should be anyway, on their outlap than Sasaki is now. But it'll be interesting to see what the Porsche driver can do in
there is actually
as we said, they all moved up into the back, but
live
really
timing thing as well somewhere.
But the tyre wear on that Lexus, that was awful.
Like a stream for live timing.
I'll tell you who that might scupper as well as Adriano Karatsa. We wondered if he was doing a bold, different strategy, going for a two-stopper in that race, but if everyone else is doing the same, it kind of negates that advantage, doesn't it?
I think it'll be a free-stopper for him in the end. I think he has to do that. So, but that all started with 1 more second qualifying, just shows you how close it is here in the World Series Manufacturers Cup. 10 laps on the board, 20 to go. We're looking at Igor Fraga, who we believe will be our leader once all is said and done. Sasaki and Guy Barbara opting to stay out for one more lap on their soft tyres. We'll see if they're coming now. Barbara actually benefiting, I think, from the tow from Sasaki. I mean, at the moment, these top 5
Twitch is gaining time for that. Like,
really not separated by anything. It's anybody's game. Will we see these guys now peel into the pit lane?
Okay, it doesn't show the...
one more lap, and Guy Barbaro dives into the pit lane.
Unfortunately, they don't show
a one-stop attempt for Sasaki.
You see Dean Helt there as well. He's picked up a penalty. He's gone from bad to worse for Genesis, down in 12th position at the moment. Into the pits then comes Guy Barbara. So soft again, like the others around him. And he, as you said, has gone for 1 lap longer. The advantage for that is that he's going to have 1 lap fresher tyres when everybody else comes into box.
See where he comes out then. You can see the mini-map. Here comes Fraga, here comes Gallo. Barbara is just the other side of that barrier at the moment. Fraga comes out just ahead then of the Australian driver. There is Gallo, Heck then behind. Where has Barbara come out? Oh, he's behind the pack there. So that was definitely the worst decision there to stay out on that tyre. But he is still, importantly, within that slipstream range. And if you're still there, if you're still within the range of that toe, you're still pretty much there in that pack. Now, Kravats is coming in. The first person to stop goes for his second stop.
Thank you, Don. You're the only one who has asking likes.
Coming in,
please get those numbers up, the rookie numbers. We need more likes than Gran Turismo TV's own stream.
Now we'll try and keep track of all these pit stops here up on the desk.
Let's have a look at the sector times there between Sasaki and Fraga, just to give you an idea of the difference as well. Sasaki 23.1 in sector 1, Fraga 22.7, half a second there and thereabouts quicker than the man in second place who's on the fresher soft compound tyres.
And again, the quickest man on circuit right now is Robbie Heck in that Mazda. He is the fastest first sector of anyone, saying though Igor Fraga has just done the fastest middle sector of anyone. Will Sasaki stay out again?
Nearly 9/10 of a second faster in that second sector was Igor Fraga. He's chomping into that leader. Sasaki then comes into the pit lane then. Where's he going to go in terms of...
They have 947 likes right now.
Around him. I don't think he's going to have the opportunity to do so. If he does, it's going to really cost him quite dearly indeed. Soft tyres onto soft tyres, but crucially, where's he going to emerge in relation to those other four drivers?
So why would he go on to soft tyres a couple of laps later? You're probably asking. Now, this buys him basically a couple more laps in the soft at the end of the race compared to others who will likely have to go to the hards earlier. So let's see. Igor Fraga then leads the race from Valerio Gallo. Where is Sasaki? He comes out, it looks like, behind Guy Barbara. So after all that, Porsche down from second to fifth position. But it's a long race yet, and I think this is a strategic call for the end of the race, but for now, down to P5.
2 laps newer tyres as well, he'll have at the end of this stint, which could prove to pay dividends for him. So he might be playing the long game here to Kima Sasaki, just to try and see whether it works to give him an advantage later on in the race. Meanwhile, further back, Caleb Roach there with Alonso Regalado, Angel Enestrosa for company as they come and flick it through that right-hander. You can see Regalado in the Ferrari 458. It's not been a particularly happy hunting ground for him here so far as he flicks it through. He's keeping an eye out for that mirror full of Angel Enestrosa at the moment in the Subaru Impreza, sorry, the Subaru, I should say BRZ, which hasn't particularly been a happy debut for him in that car so far.
We've not seen much of these guys yet. We've been focusing on the pack at the front, but these guys will become a bit more relevant as the race goes on. So it's Roach, Regalado and Enestrosa. As we said before, that Subaru has always been a fairly decent bet, if you want to try and predict who's going to win that, of course. Right now, it's down in 8th position. Let's look at the tyre life. Very, very good on its rear tyres is that Subaru. But I think it's owing to the fact it's a little bit lighter.
Sasaki's going for the
downside to it being lighter. It also has less power and just being pulled away from by Regalado and by Roach. Regalado goes to the inside then of the American driver. Can you get a move made into T1? Roach very, very late on the brakes. They're keeping Regalado on the alternative line. Now a little bit of him, so here comes Enestrosa sideways as Roach carries it up. Is Enestrosa going to go around all of them? He's there side by side now, but he's not quite got the power of the BMW as we go now down towards the left-hander. Can he make the move stick? No, I think
3 wide, 3 wide.
Regalado looking there as well. 3 wide into the corner down the bottom. Oh my word, they're still finished, Tom.
No, they're still going on for it. I wonder if the stewards
still
might be able to
going.
Roach there because he was pretty aggressive on Regalado through that first corner. There was a bit of contact. He just shut the line off. Enestrosa, though, is on the inside now of Regalado as we come up the rise, and he's got the position back ahead of the Peruvian driver. Has a half look there at Roach, but no room at the inn for now as we come running down the hill. Nose to tail action. These are the hard compound runners, so the race is going to come to them a little bit later on. They're doing the worst stint that they have to do in this race early on. They're going to get that out of the way, and then the race will come to them when they've got those soft compound tyres. Will this be a strategy that works out? Well, the problem is,
I couldn't say it better myself. I mean, we'd love to see a battle here, of course. It's the best part of watching any of these races, but for their actual races themselves, it does cost them time. And again, you're seeing the difference between the cars here.
My stream went down for a second. I'm so sorry.
Can do nothing to defend on the straight. Here comes Regalado, but I imagine
brilliant
going to try
racing.
and outbrake him down towards T1.
He's fine now.
Regalado does move ahead on the outside.
Spam Popo is the best if it's fine.
Holds him though there. Regalado has the inside line. Will there be any more contact as we saw last lap? No, Enestrosa does hold him there for now, but watch him. He'll be a sitting duck down the straight.
Yeah, that Subaru, as we know, not the fastest car in a straight line. Enestrosa knows that goes for the defensive line then. Regalado in the Ferrari 458.
My internet went out for 5 seconds.
Outside. Is he powering his way up into 6th place? Well, Regalado
everything's lagging right now.
To get ahead as Enestrosa defends the inside.
Let me know
if
anything's off.
The second part of that corner, and Enestrosa knows that. All the while, up in front, you've got Roach clearing off a second off into the distance. Side by side we go. Regalado on the outside.
Just say it, Lucas. Just say it so I know.
Fantastic racing here.
Just say
really needs to.
Pupo is the best.
And it is Inestrosa who manages to
say
retain
it.
the position ahead of Regalado for now.
Yeah, but doing so, they're just hemorrhaging
Do it.
times of the cars around them at the moment. Again, great for Roach
Do it.
before he gets a little bit of breathing. The gap now up to 1 second as Regalado again trying to find a way past the BRZ in the mid-sector. You're not going to find somewhere there for that car. Interestingly, up in the third position, we've had a change of position. Guy Barbara taking the place away from Robbie Heck, and both of them have really fallen down away from Gallo
went away
and
for 5
Fraga.
seconds.
3 seconds now is the gap between third and second, so it looks like it's now turned into
So
a
I still don't know if the
two-horse
stream
race
is fine
at the
because
front
Wolfie hasn't said
between
Pupo is the best.
former Nations Cup champions. These two drivers are two of the fastest Gran Turismo drivers we have ever seen, and halfway through the race they're separated by 7/10 of a second, with seemingly Gallo, the chasing driver, a little bit quicker at this stage. Gallo also currently holding the fastest lap of the race, the only man to go underneath.
Okay, Gallo is actually
129.8 the lap from Gallo that has him the
doing
fastest
some
lap
massive
at the
job.
moment.
So
Like he's gaining on Fraga.
Up onto the back to become a two-way scrap out in
And he
front
started
of this
like
race. Barbara, though, still with Heck breathing
P4,
down the back
right?
of his neck at the moment as they come through the right-hander. Barbara's not going to do anything too rash in terms of his defensive lines through there at the moment, but these three really know.
Thank you, Wolfie. The stream is fine.
As
Now
we
I
look
know.
here at Barbara, this is
Thank
the
you.
move. Did Heck make a mistake going through the left-hander? It looks like he made a mistake in the corner before, actually got himself all out of shape,
Oh.
ran onto the curb there into the left, and that allowed Guy Barbara to go through, as he said, thanks very much, and got up onto the podium.
I think he's heating those rear tyres up a little bit, Tom. No, we mentioned that a bit earlier on. He just seems like he's having real trouble.
And Sasaki's back
getting the traction down
right
in the
behind
house.
him.
Let's watch him again through here. Let's see how he manages the exit this time. We get a nice view from Sasaki there, who actually I think is the biggest victim of all of these guys, choosing to box a couple laps later. And now he's stuck here. He's stuck about 4-5 seconds off the lead, where before he was fighting for it. Now right into the toe again. Right into the slipstream, looking around. What's that Porsche like in a straight line? Not quite quick enough to pull alongside. We will see a late dive, both of them moving in the braking zone there. Sasaki looking up the inside. Will Heck defend? He's got by him there. Heck now has the inside line. Will he drive to the curb? No, straight around the outside.
Done.
That
That's the 911's handling. That's the 911's handling there. You can't keep the Mazda that tight there.
He wants to get those points back as well. Just to give us Sasaki 4 points awarded for third place, 3 points awarded for fourth place, and that could be critical at the end of the season. Inestrosa off the hard tyres. Finally for him goes on to the soft compound of tyres. Where's he going to emerge? There's Dean Helt just to his right hand side in the Genesis. Helt, of course, on an alternative strategy. So will it give Inestrosa a little bit of clear air if he's able to get himself ahead of the Genesis driver? That will be the best case scenario for the Chilean.
I think, honestly, for Super and Inestrosa, this race could have gone a bit better for those guys so far. They've been caught up in a lot of battles. The pace hasn't been that good on the hard compound tyres. It's going to really take a lot to catch these guys at the front. The pace in the front now is fantastic. A 30.2 last lap from Gallo, 30.4 last lap from Igor Fraga, faster than anyone else in the field at the moment. And I've got a feeling we're going to have a showdown here very soon between these two titans, Lexus and
Yeah, I agree
Honda.
that the
Fraga
undercut
and
worked,
Gallo as we
or the
come on
overcut.
now to lap 17 of 30. We're in the
Because
toe on
he lost too much
with
time
Valerio
behind
Gallo, who
these
actually,
guys.
interestingly, pulls out of the toe there. Now, why would he do that?
I wonder if he's just trying to keep his powder dry for now, just not wanting to show his cards too soon. Sure, he could go for a lunge on the inside, but he could also cost himself a lot more than he's set to gain there. Just saw a snap of oversteer mid-corner for the Honda driver, so he's certainly pushing on. It's not like he's driving well within his limits.
That was my
but,
Japanese.
Yeah, I just wonder if he's just waiting for the right opportunity to strike later in the race, maybe.
Yeah, he lost a chunk of time there, about half a second there to Fraga through T1, so it just shows you one mistake cost you quite a bit of time here.
Takuma Sasaki there needs a little bit of a booster cushion, doesn't he?
So
He can really see the
Graza
steering
is,
wheel from that camera angle at the moment.
As a fellow short king, don't be calling him out like that.
P7.
Don't be calling him out
To be
like
fair,
that.
I was waiting for you to make a reference.
You should get the roads fast, right?
Takuma.
I know what happened as well. My USB-C. Yeah, it went down for a second, right? Yep. It's fine now, right? Say Pupo is the best if it's fine now. Yeah, I don't know why, but the There's no playback. Oh no, okay, hold on.
And confident from Takuma Sasaki.
Sorry.
Himself now back up once again.
I'm so sorry.
Onto the podium here for Takoya Porsche. Now, does Sky Barbara have anything left in his locker to try and retaliate out of turn 3?
Is it fine now, right?
To try and distract Sasaki in the mirror, but Sasaki's got trap position. He's got more grip underneath him.
For some reason, the cable was moving.
Down into the left-hander,
like the one, like the USB-C that's connecting everything. Like all the monitors, the internet, and
Sasaki now has got to use this pace he has. He cannot afford to fight with Guy Barbara at all. He's already
now
lost
mine
a
frozen,
chunk of
yes.
time. The gap is down to 3.2 seconds at the moment, so we're getting quicker, but still a little way to go.
0.3 of a second faster was Sasaki on that lap last time around than Gallo and Fraga as well. So that is just the sort of carrot that Sasaki needs dangled in front of him at the moment. It is not over.
I'm surprised you actually said anything about the camera.
For Takuma Sasaki, up through into the right-hander we go, and you can see him visibly there. A lot of confidence and a lot of pace, and this is going to really come to him, I'm sure, in the latter stages of this one.
Like a cork in a bottle there.
I can talk without body language. That's why I actually studied body language to learn.
Seconds faster than Igor Fraga, so I don't think this race is over yet for Sasaki and Team Porsche. We've seen Gallo
so I can talk without it.
We've seen Fraga doesn't quite have
so
the
no one can read my body
language. This is still far from over. Coming on to that 19 there, Igor Fraga leading by only 0.3 of a second from this man. Valerio Gallo.
My second beer is over. That was a lot. Thank you for noticing, God. That was like 3 minutes.
We saw him spinning up his rear tyres a few laps ago, didn't we? So if he's only into those tyres, he's used up the best of its life, then there's a good possibility that it's just high on tyre wear at this particular circuit, that Mazda. So maybe Robbie Heck's chance of a podium, maybe even a top 5.
It's so bad. Just think about it.
Up. He's in 6th place now.
Only 12 drivers.
Off that gap by about 5 seconds over the last 5 laps as well. So Karat's
the tyres dead again. Yeah, exactly.
Things stand.
Maybe they're a bit better now, but as they were like. Doesn't have to defend. Actually, he does have to defend. Because Gallo is so close to him.
That are a couple of laps.
Mazda is so much better on the tires.
Rest of the field, meaning that he'll have to spend a little bit less time on that hard compound of tyre.
Sasaki's gaining fast, actually, yeah.
But also at this point, these two here are just losing time.
Is it Gallo who's using the outside view? I don't remember who it was. Someone's like really fast guy using the like chase view, car chase view.
Well, a car behind, I can no longer stay here and wait behind Igor Fraga, who is playing the game. You see a little bit slower there on to the last corner. He's trying to back up Gallo in the NSX, but these guys have been racing together for a very long time. They know each other's moves at this point. They know the strengths and weaknesses of the manufacturers they represent. Will we see a move then down in towards T1? They're both coming into the pits actually, so at this point they're going nose to tail into the pits, so it's going to be a straight fight to the end of the race, both onto the hard tyre.
Yeah, I imagine
now
so.
Sasaki's going with the pressure tyres.
They come into the box then. Fraga in first, of course, just up the road from Gallo. They're going soft. So they're going to try and do 1 lap on the hard tyre. There's no minimum tyre time. They only have to do a minimum of 1 lap.
But they're doing 1 stop more.
They're going to make a
they have to use hard tyres
and try and run that hard tyre for as short as they possibly can. Either way, this is music to the ears of Takuma Sasaki because it's released those 2 cars out in front. That means he's now in clear air with pace underneath him. He can just make hay whilst the sun shines.
Okay, that's actually
and hope that this
that's interesting, yeah.
In the latter stages, especially given how fast he's been.
I don't know if this is the right move for Gallo going onto that hard compound of time, and this guy, he knows better than I do for sure at this point.
So Gallo is not going in anymore. But I think he's losing more.
Though, of course, because as you can see there,
that is quite interesting. If he can keep up with like if he can have decent times with hard tires, he doesn't have to go in anymore.
Heck, all needs to make 1 more stop. At least Gallo, to his credit, doesn't have to stop again. So the question is, can Fraga open up a pit stop's worth of gap in 10
laps? Yeah, Fraga needs a pit stop worth of gap.
Time will tell. 10 laps,
which is like 15 seconds or something.
In this grand final for the Manufacturers' Cup, Sasaki it is.
But I don't think you can get 15 seconds in 10 laps. That's the thing.
Then you've got Gallo.
I think Gallo is actually.
I said just behind. That gap has increased quite a fair bit actually over the course of this outlap, given the fact that they were pretty much nose to tail, and you couldn't separate them as they came into the pit lane. It's a much sort of more prominent gap now between those two, as to be expected, because Gallo, of course, is on that hard competent tyre. Now, Guy Barbara comes into the pit lane at the end of lap 20. Where's he going to go in terms of strategy? Is he going to go soft, or is he going to go for and put a hard on? Let's see as we come into the pit lane then. Hard tyres then for Guy Barbara as he exits out of the pits here at the Autodromo de Interlagos. Now, where is he going to emerge in relation to the likes of Fraga and Gallo around him. There is Sasaki, he's away up the road, running nice clear air, nice clean lap times as well, 1:31.2. So those tyres now beginning to fall off a cliff, as you can see them coming to the end of their useful shelf life. Barbara onto the hard tyres for what we're expecting to be his last stint in this race.
31.2 isn't terrible. It isn't great, but it isn't terrible. So there is still a little bit of life in that tyre there, but I just wonder how much longer he's going to go, because now it's the gap between himself and Fraga. They both need to use well, they both need to use a hard.
It's still gonna be interesting with
the gap unless Sasaki wants to pit again. So maybe Sasaki's played a masterclass here.
Well, Sasaki actually
find out as we come down the back straight. Down the
has
hill,
to pit again, right? He's gonna put softs on again.
Up to the timing line.
Wait,
Sasaki
no.
Doing a good job, but I dare say he's probably
What did Sasaki do here?
Pits at the end of this lap. We saw him go a lap longer than his fellow competitors in the first stint.
He has to do his hard, right?
Sasaki, as he comes through, does not come into the pit lane at the end of lap 21, so he's just quite happy to carry on. 31.2 for him last time around. Comes to the timeline 31.5, so about 0.3 of a second slower. Now those tyres are beginning to go off.
I mean, 0.3 is still fine.
He's running okay so far.
He has to use the hard tyres.
For those who have opted to go to that hard compound tyre.
These lap times are still faster than fresh hard tyres.
32.4, which is
that's what she said.
A second, give or take, slower than Sasaki in first. So I really think going to that hard tyre early wasn't it? I think the sort of typical game of the hard tyre is lava here, trying to avoid. Anyway, here's a replay between Heck and Gallo. I think this is Heck managing to. This is the difference between the tyres here. Look, so much more apex speed there. Heck goes up the inside of Gallo like it's just nothing.
It's massive difference actually here. I think it's a bigger difference than 1 second per lap, as they said.
They do have to stop again.
Like, there's so much.
Ton of time into that.
You need so much grip in this meat part.
Time to be about 11 seconds, something along the lines of that. What's Fraga got now? He's got about 6.5 seconds, I would say, there and thereabouts.
Again, they're gonna give us next week Interlagos, right? Daily race C.
How much clear air has he got? 7 seconds up the road in front.
Why don't you give us the exact same settings?
Now is Igor Fraga, but as you say, Jimmy, he's got to run that final couple of times. And that's barring any
that
mistakes.
would be just brilliant.
See them from Igor Fraga, but stranger things.
Okay, make it a bit shorter, maybe. Okay. Don't give us 30 laps. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, I will whine a bit, but still, it's fine. But no, they're most likely gonna give us 13 laps, 14 laps, and only medium tires.
At the end, as I can see the gaps now starting to come down around the field. Here is Valerio Gallo. He'll be wondering whether he made that right choice going onto that hard compounded tyre. Only time will tell. Sasaki still out front. His lap time of 31.6. Igor Fraga's last lap time of 1:29.6. Easily the fastest lap of the race. Igor Fraga is charging right now in second place for Team Lexus, taking nearly 2 seconds out of Sasaki on that lap alone. So, but he needs to do this. He needs to bring this gap down as much as
What's Sasaki doing now? He has
before
to.
They both go into that hard compounded tyre, and it just turns into a straight fight. So
he has to go till the very end
to
he
needs to extend the advantage over Valerio Gallo as well, because of course Fraga's going to be on the hard compounded tyre. Gallo will have been on that compounded tyre for quite a while, but he needs to make sure that Gallo doesn't leapfrog him when Fraga makes his final pit stop in this race. There is Sasaki.
Fraga has to make a pit stop. Sasaki has to make a pit stop.
For this one, but he seems to be quite calm and confident. 1:31.6 for him last round.
Gallo doesn't have to make a pit stop anymore.
Slower is the Japanese driver, but nothing doing for him at the
20
moment.
laps would be fine.
5.5 seconds. It was 7 seconds a couple of laps ago. The gap between Sasaki and Fraga. So I wonder, is this race beginning to fall away?
Just don't want to give us the same settings. I don't know, understand why. Like, people are watching. That's how you get people to
had to do that. If he went on for another lap, he would have really
to play your game.
So
get people back to your game. Announce it. We're gonna give you the exact same daily race as the top drivers was racing in the finals. Do your thing. Just race the same race. People would be, even like low-level players, everyone would be so happy.
Sasaki, out of the pit lane we go. Where is the Japanese driver going to emerge, though? He's behind Fraga, but how far behind? That's the question, because Fraga needs another pit stop over him.
But as he come out ahead of Valerio Gallo, that'll be massive for Sasaki if he has, because then that is just, again, a fight to the end. Here is Sasaki. Where is Gallo? There he is then. Side by side, Gallo goes through up into third position. That is a disaster for Sasaki. So Valerio Gallo did barely nearly enough there to hold that position. And now it's these two charging forward. These guys cannot afford to fight whatsoever if they want any chance of catching Fraga when he eventually boxes for that hard compounder tyre. Now him and both Robbie Heck in front, you can see they both are yet to take that soft compounder tyre, but Sasaki is not waiting around, almost pushing Gallo through that middle sector.
Yeah, push him.
I don't know, it's a hard one this. If you have the pace, you want to use the pace, but at the same time, if you're fighting like we saw earlier on, you just end up hemorrhaging time. And Gallo there you see struggling with the rear traction of the NSX as we come down now into a heavy braking zone. Left hand to him before we go up the hill. What sort of power does this Porsche have compared to the NSX sideways on exit?
Yeah, sideways there for Sasaki. That's going to cost him a tenth of a second or two. Gallo, of course, does not have the advantage of the slipstream like Sasaki has. We know that Porsche is pretty handy in a straight line. This is absolutely critical for Takuma Sasaki.
Did you say Porsche is pretty handy on a straight line?
In the Manufacturers' Cup, he
I
needs
think
to
you should
dispose
do
of
your
Valerio
homework.
Gallo pretty promptly. Down the start finish straight we go into the first corner. Backs off of the throttle. He's going to try and get a lunge and a run down into turn 4. Just wants to sit in the wheel tracks of the Tag Heuer Porsche at the moment. Of the Honda at the moment, I should say.
So here we go then. Go down towards T4 again. Look from the view of the rear spoiler of Gallo, that Porsche menacing in the mirrors for Valerio Gallo, but cool head on the Italian shoulders as we come now through to the middle sector once again. Time running out for Igor Fraga. So the gap now between the leaders and this second contingent of runners on the hard compounder tyre is now 11 seconds. I wonder if Fraga has done enough. We'll have to wait and see. I would love to see the tyres on Fraga's car, how they're holding up right now, but these guys right now are separated by virtually nothing. Sasaki again pushing Gallo through that middle sector. I think Sasaki really has a better car in that part of the circuit.
Yeah, Sasaki's looking pretty handy, as you say, isn't he? The mechanical
handy,
grip of that
looking
Porsche
handy again.
Pretty good. Keep an eye out for Guy Barbara in the background as
Sasaki's
well.
looking handy.
If he could try and bring himself into the picture in that AMG. AMG have not won a race since 2019, believe it or not. Long time ago. They've always been there and thereabouts, but they've been the bridesmaid, but not the bride on several occasions.
I think he has a run now.
Sasaki, once again, part 386 of this battle, or whatever it is, between himself and Valerio Gallo. As we come across the timing line once more, we're coming into the closing few laps of this race. And Sasaki pulls to the outside as Gallo goes for the defensive line. Down the start finish straight we go into turn 1. Gallo holds firm in third place for now.
So yeah, great by Gallo there just to keep Sasaki behind for now. But again, it's just fighting. But we love to see that. We love to see these fights here in the Gran Turismo World Series. The best drivers in the world in the best machinery squabbling for that grand final trophy. Coming now down again for another lap and running out of time is Sasaki and Gallo. I think maybe Sasaki is starting just to realise that if I stay here, I'm not going to have any sort of hope of catching Igor Fraga in front. Fraga, though, still out and still doing
so think about it.
competitive that time.
Fraga and Heck both have to go in
last
still.
time around from the Brazilian driver in the Lexus, and the tyres are holding on nicely for him, so I think it'll be a last lap dash for Fraga to bolt on that hard compounder tyre. I'm quite surprised you don't have a minimum time for that that hard tyre top.
Well, the thing is, this is exactly the sort of race that Fraga absolutely loves. He loves leading from the front. He loves being able to control it, set the pace, and just run his own race, not getting involved in all the silly little squabbles that happen up and down the field. And that's exactly the sort of circumstances that have befallen Igor Fraga so far. At the moment, this is the battle for the podium
Heck
between
was
Gallo
a bit sideways.
and Sasaki once again. Barbara's
Gallo,
just dropping off the back of the rest of these drivers as we come down the start finish straight once more. Fraga's lap time now into the 1:30, so he's not quite as quick as he was earlier on, but he's still about half a second to the good of the likes of Gallo and Sasaki. Around him even a bit more than that on occasion, as you can see there, up to 1.3, 1.4 seconds on some laps.
This is going to be really interesting.
Fraga looking pretty handy, but the tyres now beginning to come to the end of their life.
How about that for consistency? 130.35, 130.53, 130.57, so 400ths between that time.
Come on.
That is the mark of a professional racing driver. Fraga, of course, the man that can do both. Fast in sim, fast in real life. Again, coming back to this battle between Sasaki and Gallo, and I don't know, I think they've started to really cost themselves. The gap now between Gallo and Fraga up to nearly 14 seconds. I think Fraga's got the time to basically pit whenever he likes at this point, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that calculation is correct.
I don't think the gap is big enough actually.
As long as they have done, but I don't think, as you say, it's
for the pit
stop working out particularly that well. I don't think Robbie Heck's podium is for sure as well. He's in second position.
It's 13 seconds right now. 14 seconds.
These two drivers, so plenty of time for things left to change. If these two start knocking 7 bells out of one another, that might be music to the ears of the American. But for now, he sits in a net second place. But I imagine it's going to be off the podium once it's all been said and done. So, Gallo, we run on board with
There's a run now, I think.
Closes up under braking. You've got a Honda versus a Porsche then. Mid-engine versus mid-engine. Down the
look how close they're racing.
Once more. 3
exact same braking point, exact same lines, just 1/10 away.
Defending from Sasaki. Sasaki pulling to the outside. Is he going to use the straight line speed? He's going to make a move. Gallo moves over as we come back into the braking zone. Sasaki not going ahead and not moving up ahead of the Honda driver.
That's the closest he's been coming out of there. I don't know why he didn't go for the move there. I just feel at this point he's being held up and they can be quicker if Sasaki led the train. But the thing is, we're moving in now to the last couple of laps. They're not thinking about working together anymore. They're thinking about position. Igor Fraga out front, seemingly untouchable at the moment, but he's still yet to take his final pit stop. He's going to have to pit on the next lap. So we'll see if that is enough. The big thing to me is, has Robbie Heck done enough to stay ahead of Gallo and Sasaki for Team Mazda? That would be an amazing result for Team Mazda.
It'd be great. I don't think it's going to happen. Personally, sorry
they
to not
can't
share your
stay ahead, right?
optimism
What are
there,
we talking
Jimmy,
about?
It's a long shot for Robbie Heck at the moment, I'll be honest. But stranger things have happened. We know how quickly the circumstances can change in the GT World Series. Here, though, is Igor Fraga. 8 seconds.
What the heck are you talking about?
Robbie Heck. He's got a further 7 seconds over Valerio Gallo. We've got 2 laps left to run at the end of this one. When is the Brazilian going to come in to the pit lane? Will it be the end of this lap or will it be next time around?
Am I stupid or something? Because they have to pit. Both P1 and P2 have to pit.
Like he's breaking a sweat.
But it's only 14 seconds right now.
For Fraga in Team Lexus, 8 seconds the gap between now him and Robbie Heck.
15 seconds.
15 seconds the gap between him and Valerio Gallo in P3. Let's run on board for a bit longer with Igor Fraga, seeing how a master practices his craft. We now go down through the second straight here.
No, I'm thinking about the pit stop, right? They're talking about like they're gonna stay ahead, but how can they stay ahead?
Now Gallo and Sasaki, part what did you say it was, Tom? Part
it's about 4,024.
Shut it.
Still going. I know they've got
mind your own business.
They've been so close to each other for this number of laps. Great racing between the two, great respect. But, yeah, frustrating for Takuma Sasaki, I am sure, because Gallo doing a good job in that Honda to hold on to third place. He was buoyant, full of confidence coming into this
I didn't even notice there's a Genesis logo on the
Honda has got the pace finally to fight at the front.
Right down corner.
In their first event of the season, at the GT World Series events at least, will be a very welcome result.
Like there was Mazda one.
Pull it off, but at the moment, it's still
when they brought the Mazda 3 Group 4 car. So OP that broke the game basically.
Come in and run at least 1 lap on the hard compound of tyre.
Exactly, yeah, that's exactly MD. I was thinking the same thing. I actually was thinking about like winning the race from P7 or P8
in this race.
The third one, but
our leader into the pit lane now.
We'll see. I think it takes.
He will go. Has he
It's said at the start of the race at the 15 seconds pit, but it's definitely longer.
Tires are being bolted on now to the Lexus. Keep an eye. Robbie Heck having to come in.
Maybe
as well
they made it like
the hard
custom
for
thing.
himself.
Maybe it is.
Watch the gap. Watch the mini-map as well. It looks like Igor Fraga has done absolutely plenty. Here comes Gallo and Sasaki. They are nowhere
their pit stop is so much shorter here.
Magnificent job on his stint there to stay ahead of these two, but now it's going to be a fist fight between Gallo and Sasaki for second place. There is Igor Fraga getting up to speed now, but not quite close enough. So last lap then.
So it is 15 seconds actually.
And Sasaki behind the gap, 2.4 seconds, a bit less than I thought it was, to be honest. And Robbie Heck, unfortunately, not able to stay out ahead of the rest of the pack.
Yeah, not working at all out there for Robbie Heck, but now it is do or die time here for Takuma Sasaki in the Porsche. He has got to make this move stick on Valerio Gallo, but is he close enough? Gallo, we know he's a master of defensive driving, and he's doing enough at the moment. Sasaki has a look to the inside, into
he's in last place.
But the door
he's making the Chevrolet look
by Valerio Gallo.
Slow.
Half a lap left to run here in the Manufacturers' Cup Grand Final at Montreal. Igor Fraga,
a few guys are making.
On the inside against Valerio Gallo. It's a late lunge, and Gallo sweeps it back up and holds line for second place. One more opportunity left for Sasaki under braking. Gallo's on the inside line, he's got track position. It'll be a drag to the line between these two. It's all about the exit out of this corner. But what a superlative drive it is from Igor Fraga and his home circuit in Interlagos. He comes to the timing line to win the Manufacturers' Cup Grand Final.
Well done,
Series 1.
Igor, well done.
It's a run to the line for second, and Gallo gets it by just a few hundredths of a second from Takuma.
I think Sasaki was a bit.
Fantastic racing.
I think he waited a bit too much. That was actually an epic racing.
From Igor Fraga and Team Nexus. And as you said, Tom, he just knows how to win the race from the front. Took it easy.
I think Sasaki waited too long with like actually being more aggressive.
Down, he went fastest lap for Fraga, pole position.
There was a few times he was the main straight. He was had a chance to go for the move. He pulled out. Maybe he was thinking that he doesn't want to bite too much. Maybe gain P1.
Great to see Gallo going over there as well and congratulating Fraga on the victory. Again, I don't understand why we saw the hard tyre so early from Gallo, but it came close at the end. But amazing race from this man. You can't take anything away. That is how you do it here at Gran Turismo.
But you think about it, it was still only 2.4 seconds.
Fraga then to take his first win in the Gran Turismo World Series in 2024.
Yeah, mine's a 0. I'm dead.
Fraga started this one on pole position from Sasaki and Guy Barbara down to T1. It was always going to be a pretty clean affair.
That was actually some really cool racing.
Fraga held firm in the race and cleared off into the distance. We saw Gallo making a decisive and critical move there on Guy Barbara to move himself up onto the podium in the early stages of the race.
I think Sasaki should have been a bit more aggressive. Like
raged on throughout the entire
when he came out the pit
last well, they were stuck to each other like glue.
These guys, what a fantastic race that was, all race long for Sasaki and Fraga. We saw a little bit of divergence in strategy there. Sasaki going very early on that soft compounder tyre. We thought actually at the time this could be a good decision, but it meant he ended up getting held up a bit.
It's actually quite weird how only 15 seconds. The pit stop is definitely shorter than in the game.
In the walls as well. Inestrosa maybe underperforming somewhat in that BRZ, but it is what it is. Here
which is kind of cool actually. That it's a custom.
Sends it up the inside here. There was some great battling here. This, I think, maybe is where the race was decided between Gallo and Fraga. Fraga just a bit quicker in the earlier stage.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, JB.
Nice Dragon.
Gallo versus Sasaki once more. They tried as hard as they could, didn't they, over the course of this one, but they just weren't able, or Sasaki was not able to make anything decisive. You had a look going into the final few laps, and it got really, really tough, especially onto the
just
final
absolutely clean racing. That was so good.
To the inside as we saw, but this was Fraga, his final stop onto the hard Cockpit of tyre onto the final lap of the race, and that middle stint, or second but last stint, whatever you want to call it, was what got him the victory as he emerged through. This was the lunge we saw from Sasaki versus Gallo. It was a fair old chunk to go through on the inside, but it wasn't quite enough for him as Fraga came to the timing line. It was a drag to the line for a second, eventually with Valerio Gallo getting it by about 3 or 4 hundredths of a second.
At the end.
Over 30 laps. That's a pretty mad finish there. And there you go, just a pat on the back for Igor Fraga. Nice to see him win again. You know, it's been a little while for Igor. I think it's great to see him.
2.5 seconds only.
So here are your results for the grand final.
46 minutes racing.
Takes first blood for Lexus here.
There are a few guys
like
Valerio
Gallo and Takuma Sasaki. Then it's
maybe
Guy
an Wolfie would have
just off the podium for Mercedes AMG, but a bit of a return to form for them ahead of Robbie Head. And shout out to Adriano Carrazza, starting
I'm gonna have to be honest,
and last.
that's a bit
got
too
himself
much.
Up into 6th and got crucially the final point.
Lexus won, so I won as well.
Here today ahead of Inestrosa further down. Here is confirmation of those point standings. You can see Genesis, Ferrari, Chevrolet, BMW, Audi yet to score, but Lexus top the order then, ahead of Honda and ahead of Porsche there in 3rd position as well. Really nice stuff. Really, really good race. And don't forget about the Michelin driver of the day as well. You can vote for that. Do you think it was Igor Fraga? Do you think it was Valerio Gallo? Do you think it was anybody else?
Complain about
Jimmy Broadbent.
There's only 12 drivers.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty good in that race, I think. I think that if I was to pick anyone, it would be either Guy Barbara, for someone who, to be kind to Guy, maybe isn't always towards the front end of the field, but they're showing just how quick Mercedes can be, and maybe also to Carrazza from that 12th to 6th. It's very challenging to overtake in a field of drivers this strong.
Absolutely. Well, let's go down.
They're even taking
catching up
drivers away from
the winner from the manufacturer's cup here in Montreal.
Why are we
Well, you remember before when we did
thinking that we can
interview
get
before,
more
you were really
drivers in the lobby?
concerned that you weren't having that extra time to practice. Well, you didn't need it, did you? She just won. It just won.
Yapping, Jules.
That was an amazing race. Talk us through like your view of your strategy, because obviously we could see that it was basically just a whole lot of fighting behind you, but from your point of view.
Yeah, first of all, I'm very happy to be back at the top, because there was a few years that I haven't been, winning a race in the, either Manufacturers Cup or Nations Cup. So yeah, I'm very happy. And with the Lexus, we were struggling a little bit with tire wear. Yeah. Always at the end of the stint, we were struggling a lot. So, I couldn't take the strategy to make the tire last long. So we gambled to stop more and then trying to, pick up a stronger pace. And it worked quite well. I had clean air through all the race. And fight behind me also helped me a little bit to, keep it clean. So I'm very happy.
But you like being out in front and just letting everyone else just like fight behind you. That's like your style.
Yeah, but at the beginning, I had a lot of pressure, and it was really tough to stay calm, and even though keeping the tires alive, because the front tire were really tough to make it all the way to the end of the stint.
Yeah, they went down like super quickly. So I mean, well, you've won round one. The pressure is off now. You've done your job. You're like, boom, I did my bit. Come on, guys, you got to do the rest. So what are you going to pass forward? I mean, the pressure's on them now, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a great start. We know that we have a competitive car. I think we have more understanding of how does it work here. So yeah, we'll try to talk with my teammates and let them do the job for the next rounds.
No pressure, but don't lose. Okay, all right. Huge round of applause for Igor.
Well said, Jules. Well said.
Back to you, Tom and Jimmy.
Yeah, cheers, Jules. The pressure's on. I don't know. I'd say the pressure's more on now, if anything. He's got a bit of a target on his back.
If I was sitting there as a Lexus driver, like, oh no, I've actually got to perform. What do I do? I don't know, but amazing race from Igor Fraga. And as we said, of course, 6 full points there. And
just noticing Bibendum behind us there for the Michelin driver of the day. Don't forget about that.
Has he got a pass?
Yeah, to be fair, they are pretty hot on the passes here this weekend. But yeah, just a shout about that Michelin driver of the day. I mean, Igor Fraga, commanding control drive, but also I just want to give a shout out to Adriano Carrazza in particular. Amazing job for him, right from the back of the field up into 6th place.
I think we do give him a little bit of grief sometimes, Carrazza, because he does come across quite as an aggressive driver.
So?
Sometimes. I mean, he was the first person to have the collide warning. But as I said before, going from P12 to P6 in a field of this strength is super impressive. Like, you just wonder what could have happened if he had a better qualifying.
What about
you already posted
opportunity, do you think?
I think so. I think, genuinely, he was the fastest man in the field. I think that it's a race that got away from him. He had the opportunity to make that work. I think just getting stuck behind cars. I mean, we had that middle stint where he came out about 3 seconds behind, I think it was Barbara and Heck, and he just got stuck there for a while. That's what killed his race. If you look at the gap at the end of the race, it was 2 seconds
July
when Igor came out. And those are the sort of things that be going through his head now, so I'm sure he doesn't like me hammering them home on the commentary booth.
Well, also Robbie Heck as well in the Mazda. We saw some good performances from him, possible podium on the cards there. But again, like you said, the race just kind of fell away from him and he didn't have the opportunity when it was there.
Yeah, I mean, Heck, I think top 5 for him. Fantastic result for him and Mazda. So, yeah, he should be proud of himself.
Right, it's time to get the podium underway then, shall we, for the Gran Turismo World Series here in Montreal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome 3rd place here for round 1 of the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series in Montreal in the Manufacturers Cup for Team Porsche. It is Takuma Sasaki! 2nd place, driving for Team Honda from Italy. Please give it up for Valerio Gallo.
So there's gonna be a Nations race as well.
And the winner of the Manufacturers Cup for World Series 1 here in
So
Montreal.
the track that they gave us is it's like as I understand, it's been in earlier games. But it's like a fictional track.
And now,
but yeah, there's gonna be one more race. But I think it's gonna be a pause or something, like a break. I'm still gonna watch it, I think. July 25th. I don't know the words for these lyrics. Sorry. I'm so sorry. God. Race Wars. What's it? It's 2 weeks from now. Jesus Christ. Two and a half weeks from now.
The national anthem of Japan plays out for a winning manufacturer of Lexus, piloted by Igor Fraga here in Montreal. What a superb job from all of our podium finishers here. And now it is time for the trophies to be presented. The third place trophy will be awarded by Kazunori Yamauchi, the producer of the Gran Turismo series. To a rapturous applause here in Canada.
No rapturous applause. Everyone knows you don't give us a good update game. Guys, Tamagotchi.
For them in their first event of the season. Second place to Valerio Gallo for Team Honda.
Why are you wearing still gloves? Jesus Christ.
And the winner of World Series 1, driving for Team Lexus, it is Igor Fraga.
Shut them, dude. I would not have thought the Honda is gonna be P2 or something. Like just thinking about the car itself. But I guess Valerio Gallo is so fast. Now go do some master licenses, okay, guys? AI races. Go practice. There's a game right there.
Top honours for Team Lexus here in Montreal. Let's get a look at the points rankings then after the opening round of the season. And of course it does reflect that race result. Jimmy, Lexus
Vessel would be really happy. Audi
into the next
P12.
round of the GT World Series.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, having full points straight away, amazing start to their season. Honda and Porsche, of course, in hot pursuit. AMG, Mercedes, Mazda and Toyota also on the board of points so far, with Subaru, Genesis, Ferrari, Chevrolet and BMW Audi with it all to do as we go into round 2 and 3.
Yep, and rounds 2 and 3, well, round 2 at least, will be taking place in Prague, in the Czech Republic. We're going there for the first time in the Gran Turismo World Series. I am very, very excited for that, not only for the great racing, but also for the fact that you can get beer for £1 as well.
Yeah.
I'm an easy man to please.
That's the important thing for you at the time.
I've got my priorities in the right order. But Prague, the Czech Republic, that's where World Series 2 will be hosted on the 10th of August, as you can see. Beautiful city, loads of history. I cannot wait, Jules.
Yeah, hi. Look, I'm back at the desk. What fun. How are you guys doing? All right, that was pretty good, eh?
That was all right, yeah.
That was all right.
The A, you're learning the lingo here already.
What lingo? I didn't say it was what magic. What's the one he always says like it's magic? No, what is it? Mega.
Oh, mega.
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 That's
Yeah.
I haven't used that one yet.
Well, now you will, because I've implanted it in your
Yeah,
head.
wait for the Nations Cup later on.
Yeah. Well, that was amazing. Obviously, coming up next, we have got the Nations Cup, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little sit down, cup of tea. We're going to come back with some more racing. It's going to be great. 7th year of Gran Turismo World Series. 7.
How much older do we look?
And it's still the same.
I don't want to know the answer to that question. But yeah, 7 years. It's pretty... It looks good.
I mean, what a way to kick it off as well. You know, Lexus, great job from Igor Fraga, yes. Amazing performance. And, you know, start as they mean to go on. That's a great way to kick it off your list.
Absolutely. And he was smiling at the end there.
Yeah, I
which he doesn't smile until it's really,
And that's you off his Christmas card list.
No, but he's very, very focused on what he's trying to do. And that was some spectacular racing. Honestly, that was right up until the end there. You enjoy that?
It's great to see Lexus back because, of course, Lexus are original winner of the Manufacturer Series all the way back in 2018, as you said 7 years ago. So yeah, but great to see him back in form again.
Yeah, well, we have had a spectacular, is it evening? It's sort of evening so far. Don't go anywhere because the Nations Cup is coming up less. My name is Jules, this is Tom and Jimmy. We'll see you very, very soon for more from the Gran Turismo World Series.
Cheers! Okay, what's gonna happen now? How long do we have to wait? I don't even remember how long that. Let's check it out. Mega. That was mega. Audacious. No way. 50 minutes. No. I think we need some drunk daily B. 50 minutes, really? Don't go away. What the hell? Karaoke. Oh. No. Let's check the $50 minutes. Jesus. First of all, I have to do this. High as a kite. What's daily A? It's the wait, what is it? The game is so loud, but the stream is so quiet. I don't think it's fun. I think we're gonna do daily B. It's a Ford Focus road car in Sardinia. I don't understand why it's so fun. And of course we have sports hard tires. Daily A is really gone. No, it stays gone. I don't know. I'm serious. What's so fun about this? I mean, I can do one, but no, no, I can't. There's the next one is in 20 minutes. Nah, I can't wait 20 minutes. I can do wait, I'm on wrong account anyways. First of all, I'm gonna grab a beer. Need beer. Everyone shut it, okay? is the same as in the video was. Well, Wolfie, you're weird too, so. And you too, Gorso. You're all weird. I'm the only normal guy here. Oh, I'm the most normal guy in the history of guys. Okay, Gordon. Well, okay, so everyone chill. I have to admit that I'm starting to go a tiny bit weird because of you guys, so. So the daily A is like full hour and every 20 minutes, right? Doctor, you're still here. Love it. Look at this DR, SR, BB, same amount. I'm just so good. What? I like it. I don't like anything. Can I go in with this thing? Where is it? Why? Oh, here it is. This DR, you wanna see? I'm still learning, okay? By the way, I am going back to my next week. It's a promising daily race, right? Daily races. So I think I am gonna commit a bit more. My vacation starts tomorrow, so from work. So I'm gonna commit more to my main account. So I wanna see if I'm worthy of the. I need socks. Sorry. It is quite late actually in the EU, so I think that this lobby is gonna be quite mixy. Oh yeah, sim grid. That's actually. I have done only one race because the next races were the tracks I didn't know, so I had to end the stream anyways, but I am planning on doing this more. There we go. How you liking the ACC? Wolfie. Yeah, so last time I played it, not actually last time, but before the last time. Then I didn't have a setup or anything. The car felt, I treat the Nordschleife thing. The car felt so bad that I didn't think I want to play this again. Everything felt so bad. But then I stole someone's setup and from the YouTube. I robbed them. Well, they are posting it because so people can get them. So immediately everything felt so much better. Like everything, force feedback, everything felt so much better. Oh, look at this lobby. Oh yes, Kaino. Music. CS guys. Yeah, I'm telling you this is mixy. I'm not putting me in A lobbies, but that's fine. Can I make it? Pupujukku tea. Yeah, exactly. Saturday. This late. This is gonna be fun. Jan! What the hell are you doing here? Howdy. What a welcome, huh? Warm welcome. That's better. I'm P11. Oh, I set the time accidentally. I'm gonna wait. Thank you, Gor, for the glutsk. I'm gonna step aside, and I will let you do your thing, people. Okay? Guy was check. You're still awake. No poo-poo flag still. Kinda interesting. That's real racing now. Albrecht man. Turkey lost today. Go home. Here I come, boys. Brad and Ray J. I have a few beers in. Take it easy. Go for it, Ray J. Oh, that. This guy just. Did you see that? The Albrechtman. Holy crap. He sent it from like. That's real racing. That's how the Manufacturers Cup final should have been. He's going wide. That's what you get if you want to stay clean. I could have easily just pumped him out. Now I only have one goal. Get this Alperkelman guy. New tires, new cars. What was the track name? Eigar Nordvard. Eigar Nordvard. As I understand, it's been in the game before. Like older games or something. It's a Gran Turismo fictional track. I think they're in the point that they're saving so much money they don't want to pay any rights. Yeah, I'm actually quite interested about the physics change. I hope it's not like a tiny change. I hope it's not like we fixed dirty air or like we changed the dirty air a bit. The flying Kringa. Gotcha. Yeah, it looks cool. Like, I have nothing bad to say about the track yet. What a nice racing, Flying Kringa. Well done. Purple flag, we need those. That's exactly like Manufacturers Cup racing. Thank you, Flying Kringa. And here are my old friends. You haven't met them yet. I can introduce you to them. No, that. Howdy, boys. Do you remember me, Albert Kelkerman? Some cool cars are coming, yeah, I agree. I think I'm too sober still. New tires, yes, Michelin. Oh yes, that I've been waiting. The funny part is I just said we're gonna have a new tire sponsor, and there it was. Where are you going, boys? Gotcha, Wolfie, gotcha. Say no more. Brad! Howdy. I don't think we have a nice little battle here. I had lift because I messed up. Where you going, Brad? I said just... God damn it, Brad. Just random, just went off. And Brad left. Had enough. I think you went for a new beer. And I actually agree. I would leave too. What's going on here? Reco, what's going for a beer as well? No, it's 25th of July. What are you doing? I don't understand. Yeah, 25th, yeah. Shut it, Popobot. Shut it! It's in your own... you posted the video, right? It's in the video description. Can I catch Seneca? Senetsa. I think he's gonna... Ray J has a little encounter. Maybe send it too hard. Now I'm gonna get 2 positions. I hate this corner with the car. With this car. Yeah, everyone assumed that the update is like next Thursday or something, but no. What's going on here, boys? Oh, this is going to be interesting now. Look at this. Now I'm gonna have a perfect corner and have a run. Ray J, wait! Ray J, come on, Ray J. Damn it, I lost the R. Oh, now it went from... Okay. God damn it. I want to kick so much ass on GTA 8 on PS7. Me too, when I'm 64 years old. This race doesn't add up with daily A. So we need, I'm gonna do another one, daily B. Change the pit lane pen to 6 seconds. I'm 69. We already have one guy 69, so. In Popo crew. I gained SR. Nomad said, Tsuka. They're fighting. Nomad said, Tsuka. Then Alper, my friend Alperman said, Nomad, Nob. Nob. And Nomad said again, Tsuka. You know what Tsuka means? Nomad says again to Alperman, Tsuka. You know what it means? It is a tiny bit different spelling, but in Russian. How many likes? Pump those numbers up. The rookie numbers, whatever it is. We still need more than Gran Turismo TV's official stream, okay? Daniel, cheers, and Mr. 11 was okay. Let's be friends. No, I don't want to be friends on this account. That's not the account to be friends with. That exactly. It means basically it means I love you, and thank you for the brilliant racing. I want to race with you more in the next races. Exactly the same. Is the direct translations. Zuka. Let's see the SR. Come on, get in there, Lewis. I'm sad that I can't actually do the Toyota Gazoo Racing Cup, the Formula 1. Wait, let's check something. No, why do I have to behave if I'm drunk as well? That's not fair, is it, Sittin? Is it? No, is it? Huh? So they got more money. Hello, by the way, Sittin. Let's have a beer together. So we have Michelin tires coming. What are these now? It's just racing tires. Is it gonna be? Hold on, peoples. Michelin tires are coming in the game, and with the tires comes physics change. Huh? I don't think about that. I will never calm down, Wolfie. Okay? Shut it! Yeah, that's it. We go again. Let's pick another livery for this thing. I asked Badger to do this, but I have to tell Badger to make me liveries when he asks me what cars I want. Because he doesn't read Discord too much. Brr. To your tank. Not very interesting. What is this? People will notice me then. Maybe they don't crash into me. Maybe they will stay away. Oh yeah, this one. Let's go with Max. People will think I'm the fastest guy in the world. Well, I am actually. So Red Bull liveries look absolutely brilliant on every car, basically. It's so weird. It's Nations Cup next, but yeah, I will do. Yeah, Wolfie, yeah. That's what I'm waiting. That's kind of cool, good song. I just wanna dance. Red Bull is dead. Is it dead? Completely dead. Put your wheels in between the white lines. No. Never. Well, Wolfie lives in Australia, mate. Thank you who put the party in. Thank you, Jan. That's actually... Wolf is gonna go and eat crocodile for breakfast. I can already feel my car being slower with the Red Bull livery. God damn it. Good question, Popovat. Good question. Kangaroos. Only kangaroos. Too bad. I don't know if I like you anymore, Wolfie. Okay, everyone, first of all, smile for the millions watching YouTube. Live. Now, any friends here? Mr. Deeds. Ray J. No C drivers. There's BC, by the way. Mondo. I don't have any friends. I can't leave. Joke's on you. Okay, let's go. La Feria. Look at this bad boy. Whee! See you soon. Go with the crocodile. Crocodile. Bottle of water. Bottle of water. I've got a crocodile. In it. Oh, this guy's using a beetle. Nice. I respect you. Rey Brujo. Let's step aside again for some chaos. Send it. Already can see some sense. Yes. Fresh brand new Pupu flag. Someone's just parking there. He doesn't care. Run to do. Oh, it's gonna happen here. Oh, this guy is just... that was actually a good move, I think. A bit too aggressive, but... Yeet! This guy yeeted. From now on, we're not gonna say sending in corners. I'm gonna yeet. Good save, Marco. But you're not good enough. What a move. Oh, his side was again. Just saw in the mirror. We're gonna yeet in the corner. No, I'm gonna watch everyone else yeeting. Yeet! Oh, yes. That was muy agresivo. Oh, yes, that was karma. That's not very nice. Why did the music start? I'm a bit distracted right now. I don't know why, but I pressed the button and the music started playing. I don't know why the music's playing. Oh, that was a send. Oh, that's brilliant. I'm so distracted right now. That was on purpose, that send. And I can see he's doing it on purpose as well. I'm gonna send this guy off the track. Hey, Jay! Howdy. I didn't want to do this. I wanted to do it without the pen. I don't care about this. Sorry. These guys are just idiots. I'm just pushing them off. Like, I'm doing everyone else a favor. I am still gonna look at this guy. I am still gonna catch him. Just have to focus a bit. Yeah, hold him back. Fight. I think these both guys are dirty, actually. I want to see this, how this folds in front of my eyes. He's doing it on purpose as well. I think I should learn more about punting people out. I mean, they're all idiots. They're never making it out here. So that's I have no issues with these guys because I know they're gonna stay in these lobbies forever. So I'm just having fun here on their expense. It's great content. I've been dead from the beginning. I didn't set this up today. Oh, what's going on here? Ah, he left already. The guy. Both of these guys left. The idiots. Why is my car acting like it's like damaged or something? Or like tires are dead? It's so weird. It's so weird right now. I don't know what's going on. This guy's just... Wait, did it reset? Oh, he's lagging. No, the car feels weird after the crash. It's like the damage hasn't repaired itself, but it's fine. But it feels like it. Maybe they, you know how they break the game somehow every update, right? Maybe this time they upped their game and they broke the game before the update. They broke the game with the announcement. That's a new high for PD. Okay, that was bad. I was actually hoping to get a decent race in. I can't remember what button I used. So what's gonna trigger this thing? No. So okay. So if I'm here, I don't know if it actually did this. So basically what I was doing was I set up the. I want to try to get more shorts in, right? So I set that. I installed a plugin for OBS that if I press a button, it saves not the short itself, but the time I press the button. So I can make it easier. Like it's easier to find shorts. But I don't remember what the hotkey was. Let's see what the hotkey is. Huh? I don't have to worry about this thing anymore. I think it was that. Yeah, that's why I actually... F9 is mute, that's fine. Epidemic music is... So info writer minus. What was it actually? Was it this? No. Hey, it is this. So I actually did save it. But I was struggling to find the button. So, but the thing is that if I press this button, it actually activates the music for some reason. Yeah, okay. But why are you struggling to find your short shifter on your bed? How big is your bed that like you can't see them there? I have a better idea. Wear all your shorts all the time, so you have them on all the time, so they're not getting lost. Brilliant, isn't it? I'm gonna copyright this idea, so contact my agents if you wanna use this idea. Okay? If I see you wearing all your shorts all together, I'm gonna sue you. Let's get the invite. We need an invite. Ferrari invite. I need 3 Ferrari invites, I think. There it is, there it is. Come on, come on. That's bullshit, I tell you. That's crap. I hate everything. Look at this. You need an invite. You need an invite. You need an invite. Just freak off, okay? The worst part is that there actually was a Ferrari invite. So I have all the cars now. Boom, 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 boom. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 everything. God damn it. My garage is huge. That's what she said. Wait, when can I get my ticket? Yo, guys. I already watched this. Doesn't matter, materials. So, look at this bad boy. The 92%. 466 cars per 5. What did I did put Lexus, yeah. Winning. I'm winning here, okay? Jose Serrano, Nations Cup. Now, oh no. Jeez. That's fine. I have never got the Ferrari invite. I've got many of Bugattis. I bought them as well. But yeah, there's one. I think the one is one is connected to the menu cafe as well, like bonus cafe or menu or whatever. One's tied to that as well. On the 8th, tomorrow. Well, yeah, the day after tomorrow, basically. 2 sleeps, as we say in real life. Who did I pick here? No, that's not the place, you stupid boo-boo. Entry available. Oh, I didn't watch it there. Yeah, entry submitted. Gotcha. Why is it so white? Valerio Gallo is here. For Nations. I am hoping to win 2 crankshafts, so I can easily give one away to Nadia. No, I'm not on the wrong place. Watch streaming. But let's make a deal, Gran Turismo. I watch your streaming. Why not work? You come watch my stream. Guys, come watch my stream after. Make it official. Give me money, make it official watch party. Millions of people. No. What? Enough of the music, okay? Really, MD. Nice. Now, we pump this bad boy up. Hold on, I'm gonna have to... Let's do this. Oh, entry submitted already. So I can go this and watch here. Now let's pump this up even more. All right. All right. Is this race on the Road Atlanta, right? This is actually mental. It's really hard to... Well, not hard to overtake maybe, but...
The GT World Series. I don't know why I call it the Gran Turismo desk. We've been calling it the GT desk for 7 years now, JB. But
yeah, no, but this is like quiet. That's why I bumped it up. Hold on, you can actually see now. You can just work. Not drunk enough. Why are you?
Manufacturers' Cup, as we said, happened a couple of hours ago. Let's have a look at some highlights, shall we, from the racing action that we saw at the Autodromo de Interlagos. This was the grand final. Igor Fraga took off at the front of the field and pretty much led the way from lights out to the checkered flag. We saw a meteoric battle and a titanic recovery from Takuma Sasaki as he ended up right behind Valerio Gallo for a vast majority of the race.
Yeah, that battle will go on literally for the entire race, all the way down to the final lap. It was Igor Fraga of Team Lexus who took a commanding victory, and in the background, Gallo just holding off Sasaki by a couple of hundredths of a second.
Exactly. Well, anyway, as we said, Nations Cup is the name of the game now, all about individual drivers. Let's have a look at those 12 drivers who are going to be competing. They took part in the online season, and here you can see 5 different regions and 12 different drivers. So from the USA and North America, you've got Callum Roach and Robbie Heck. From Central and South America, Adriano Carrazza and Angelina Stroza. From Asia, Takuma Miyazono and Takuma Sasaki. Then in the EMEA region, Jose Serrano, Valerio Gallo, Kai de Bruyne and Kilian Drumont, as well as Coque Lopez. And from Oceania, you've got Guy Barbara there. So a couple of drivers, actually more than a couple of drivers, a handful of drivers doing double duty here tonight. They're going to be as knackered as we are.
Yeah, same as us. Pity us, No, but a very, very strong field there. If you're not familiar with the GT Live events, that is one of the strongest fields I've ever seen. So it's going to be a good couple of races, I think.
I think you're right. And the thing is, obviously, online season, that really whittles it down to the 12 very best drivers. Now, we've got 2 races coming up here tonight. We've got 1 sprint race coming along the way in a few moments' time, and then we've got the grand final taking place a little bit later on. 2 very different styles of racing. Let's have a look, shall we, at the attack lap qualifying, which decides the grid for the first of the races. We're in the Rebel X 2019 here at Road Atlanta. 1 lap attack, 1 shot for qualifying. And here's how it all played out, Jimmy. We can see here Kilian Drumont, former winner of one of our World Series events, going for a lap and getting himself pretty far up the order.
Yeah, crazy combo. X 2019 at Road Atlanta here with lap times of under a minute. 59 seconds being set by Sasaki, Drumont and Kevin de Bruyne here, but Takuma Miyazono was going to blow them all out of order with this lap, a 58.9 from a Japanese driver. And to be honest, we don't really expect
Of course, Miyazono. God damn it.
Yeah, that is the front row of the grid. Then Takuma Miyazono, Takuma Sasaki, an all-Japanese front row with Kilian Drumont, best of the rest there in 3rd place ahead of the Dutchman Kai de Bruyne. Then you've got Gallo, Serrano, Roach, Lopez, Inestrosa, Barbara, Carrazza, and Robbie Heck made a mistake on his one and only flying lap. He starts down in 12th position on the grid. And the thing with that,
you wouldn't think it's too much of a difference, right? 2 tenths. But if you're ahead 2 tenths, and then everyone else is 2 tenths exactly the same time, then it's a massive
difficult. These guys are obviously far better than I am. But do you see the gap there between 2nd and 6th? There were 3 hundredths between those cars. That's how close it is around here, and it just goes to show just the strength.
I can allow myself another beer.
Within literally touching distance, so it's going to be a mad race.
Certainly is. Now, we'd just like to give you racing here. We'd like to give back to you at home as well. We've got a campaign on the go on Gran Turismo 7 at the moment for your chance to win 1 million in-game credits. Have a look at this and see how you can get involved in the action.
Hey guys, don't forget that you can get involved with Gran Turismo World Series in Gran Turismo 7. This is with the bonus campaign. Click on the bonus campaign banner on the GT7 world map, and that's going to give you, the players, the opportunity to win 1 million credits for each of the Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup. Now remember, you can enter
1 million
right
credits.
up until the start of the grand final of each of these series. Good luck! You guys love free stuff. Well, by simply watching the broadcast in-game, you're going to unlock 6-star roulette tickets.
Yes, Jules, yes.
If you want to see how you compare to our Superstar Nations Cup competitors,
I do.
You can head on to a new time trial in Gran Turismo 7 that's going to mirror the Nations Cup qualifying here in Montreal.
Why don't you give us the same race, not just qualifying? Huh? What do you have to say about that, huh, Jules? Huh?
So that's what we are doing on Gran Turismo at the moment. A chance for you to win 1 million in-game credits. You could get some nice tuning parts. You could
you guys like free stuff.
Andy.
Yes.
You could, I don't know, stick a different engine in a Mazda MX-5 and watch it blow up.
That's what she said.
Different
engine in there.
Shows violence tonight. Anyway, let's get down to it, shall we, and have a look at the circuit we're going to be competing in for the sprint race here in the Nations Cup. Production cars then, sports medium tires.
Yes, John,
exactly. Qualifying
you
order
guys are shining right now.
that we saw earlier on. What this race will do is decide the grid for the grand final taking place afterwards. And the thing with
what's going on with the music?
It's pretty tight and twisty track.
Sounds like my music.
Tight track. There's a lot of slipstreaming opportunities here.
I'm 100% sure I'm going to get
T1 all the way
copyright
down to T5 is pretty much full throttle, even
or
in
claim
these
at least.
production spec cars. So positioning your car is going to be just as important as out-and-out pace as well, because we are using production cars as well. The way they drive it is slightly different. A lot of roll in these cars. These cars move around a lot under braking, so a bit of a different challenge for maybe what comes a bit later.
Yeah, I think you're right. Very, very different kettle of fish. In terms of how the drivers selected their cars for this one as well, essentially what happened is when we had the one-lap qualifying, depending on where they qualified, that's the pick pick that they got. So
okay, that's interesting actually.
First, you get the first choice, second choice, and so on and so forth. This
so
is how it
P1 get to
you
choose the car.
A variety of different machineries. A couple of Ferraris in there, 2 4GTs, an old one and a new one. There's Lamborghinis in there, there's a McLaren F1. What would your pick be?
I don't know.
Good night, Boris. Good night.
It's a gorgeous car. This is what I love about Gran Turismo. Look at that range of different machinery there. We're about to go put them all side by side in the circuit.
Yeah, they
see
should
which
like
one
discount
is
the game.
fastest.
That would actually show
yeah,
that there's a new game in development.
Cheapest one there, isn't it?
So, I think you're right. Let's just remind ourselves of the grid.
Okay, that's really cool that you can,
as we said,
like,
all Japanese front row with Miyazono heading.
The qualifying is for picking the car.
Sort of outliers down
for
there.
the qualifying.
So we saw him down in 12th place in the Manufacturers' Cup a couple of hours ago. He managed to get himself up into 6th place though at the checkered flag. He'll be hoping for a repeat of the same fortunes here tonight.
Yeah, Bro's got out to qualify, so hopefully he can bring that back from there. We've got Guy Barber as well, another driver who was there, and in Astroza. There's a lot of drivers in here that were just driving in the Manufacturers' Cup as well, so maybe a little bit of fatigue's going to come into play here, who knows?
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, the drivers then are on track and they are ready to go. We are about ready to get this sprint race underway here in Montreal. It'll be 7 laps of action for our drivers as we get ready for
Daily Race C, guys.
to begin.
Lock it in.
So then, drivers lined up, ready to go on the grid for the first race here tonight in the Nations Cup. This will decide the grid for the grand final. We're in production cars at Watkins.
Yeah, if the game goes like really, or even if it goes to the PlayStation Plus Extra or PlayStation Plus monthly games or something, that would be massive.
Takuma Sasaki on the front row of the grid, and the Maserati is alongside him. Then the second row, headed by the Chevrolet Corvette of Kilian Drumont. Guy de Bruyne, the Dutchman, in the Ferrari F40 in 4th place. He's ahead of Valerio Gallo on row 3 in the Ford GT.
Be actually a good race.
Then you've got Jose Serrano in the Lexus LFA. Killian Roach in the Mercedes-Benz McLaren SLR, 7th on the grid, ahead of Coque Lopez in the Porsche 911 GT3. Angel Astroza lines up P9 in the Lamborghini Diablo, ahead of Guy Barbara in the McLaren F1. And the final row of the grid is comprised by Adriano Carrazza in the Dodge Viper, ahead of the second Ford GT. That's Robbie Heck down in 12th position. Home track for him, Watkins Glen. He'll be hoping to get a bit closer to his compatriot in 7th.
Man, these are it's just so cool to see this lineup of cars about to take on 7 laps of Watkins Glen. Now look out front, Miyazono's out front in that F50. He, even with the rolling start, is going to be punching a hole for all the cars behind him down to that first chicane. So until he gets there, Miyazono, I imagine, is going to be driving in his mirrors, and pretty much it's his to lose.
What
if
the
you're
heck?
in mid-pack like Gallo, Serrano, actually, you're going to be in the train, in the slipstream train, and you've got as better chance of anyone as moving up the field. But keep an eye out on that Viper, keep an eye out on that Ford GT as well. I was told earlier they're pretty quick in this class. So
hey, let's go.
Throughout the race.
So, Takuma Miyazono leads the field then around the final corner here at Watkins Glen. We're about to get the sprint race underway for the Nations Cup here for World Series 1 in Montreal. It is going to be Takuma Miyazono leading.
I think this is going to be a really cool race, actually.
We'll be taking the checkered flag in 7 laps time and starting on pole position for the grand final. We're about to go racing here. The Nations Cup is underway in 2024 as Miyazono leads the field down to T1, followed by Sasaki and Drumont. Don't expect any dive bombs down towards the first corner. That rolling starts spreading the field out a little bit, but when it begins to bunch up in the middle part of the first lap, that's where we could see movement made, but Miyazono a little bit wide there. Sasaki having a half look to the inside into turn 2, but now he's right in the wheel tracks here of the Ferrari F50 as we come over the crest of the hill and in towards the middle sector, and Sasaki already trying to be on the attack here in the Maserati MC20.
Look at the slipstream.
Drumont trying to follow him through as well. We're going to be attacking
insane. Look at this. Look at this.
That is absolutely fantastic for Kilian Drumont. He's on the outside of Miyazono and he leads into the chicane. What a start from the Frenchman. 3rd to 1st in half a lap.
Yeah, big support here for Kilian Drumont as he makes his way up into first place. Sasaki then just ran into the
What
back of
the hell?
Miyazono, killed his momentum, and that just allowed Kilian Drumont, who had the slipstream, just to drive on by. Meanwhile, Guy de Bruyne behind is defending hard from Valerio Gallo in that Ford GT. It is Ferrari, Ford, Lexus and McLaren SLR line astern at the moment as we come onto the boot section here at Watkins Glen. Uphill right hand to get into the inside, get into the camber, let it use that to turn the car, and now accelerate hard uphill towards the next heavy braking zone. Gallo there looking very aggressive and kind of just putting a wheel on the grass. That would slow him down a little bit.
The slipstream still customized is really strong, I
think. A chance here, looks to the inside. We know he can just
like
make a move easy there. Get out the inside, up into P4, and he'll be now in pursuit of the top 3 in front of him.
These are the kind of races tonight, absolutely loving Gran Turismo. The gloves will be off. It is all-out war with these drivers. It matters for where they're going to start on the grid for the grand final. Kai de Bruyne there, a little bit wide. Serrano looking through on the inside of the Lexus LFA. No, can't find his way past at the moment, but look at the gap the top three have got already at the end of this first lap. It's Kylian Drumont who leads the field around the final corner at the end of lap 1, followed by Miyazono, followed by Sasaki.
Big moment under braking there for Sasaki. The car got all kinds of sideways, but that is a challenge of these production-style cars. Not quite as stiffly sprung as the race-prepared machines, so they do move around a lot under braking. And awesome to see Sasaki there just gather it back up and get back into the chase. Up to lap 2 then, lap 2 of 7 here at Watkins Glen. We're on board now with Sasaki. He's going to be again in the tow of Miyazono, and that F50 a little bit weak in a straight line compared to the cars
Look
around
at the
him, which
slipstream.
means that Sasaki should do, if he doesn't run into the back of Miyazono this time, goes to the outside. He should have the overspeed. Miyazono's going to make him work for it. Pinches his fellow countryman there. That's a little bit cheeky there from Miyazono. Stops the move being made. What do you reckon of that, Tom?
Stewards might be able to look at that. I don't think that
Yeah,
that was
they're gonna
entirely
take
fair
a look at
because
that.
Sasaki had to get out the throttle
like-
to avoid going onto the grass.
The turning
thing
in
is
was
now,
weird,
we've got to
like-
keep an eye out for Valerio Gallo. This man here in the Ford GT, what he needs to hope for is that the top three start squabbling and fighting amongst one another, because that will bring this lot right back into play. At the moment, they've built up such a comfortable cushion that they don't really have to be worrying about too much. But if it gets a bit unfair later on, we'll see what happens. Speaking of unfair, and speaking of moves being made, let's have a look at this from Kylian Drumont. So you can see riding on board, oh, beautiful, just absolute cream and almonds through the middle there, splits the two,
That was
down
really
into
cool.
the bus stop, and he's through it ahead.
That's just 100% commitment, 100% confidence. You need that to do well here at the GT World Series Nations Cup. Meanwhile, the squabble for the mid-pack continues. Jose Serrano gets by Kai de Bruyne, had a bit of a poor start so far, down 2 places from his qualifying position. And Gallo, unfortunately, at the head of his pack, still unable to make any headway really into Sasaki and Miyazono. So just an FYI, if you're watching for the first time, you're wondering why these guys just bump drafting down the straight. But you're not allowed to do that. So you've got to do it on pace alone, as they say. So on board with Kai de Bruyne in that beautiful Ferrari F40, a little bit older than some of the cars around them, but still awesome to see it going now.
And also, if you're wondering why these cars are able to race against one another, you're thinking, you know, a car that's 20 years older than some of the other machinery, it's because we've got balance of performance. It gives us the opportunity to basically allow us to have a Lexus LFA fighting with a Ferrari F40, which in the real world, you wouldn't get.
I feel sorry for Kai because all we can hear right in front of him is the LFA. Can't hear his own car.
That wailing V10.
Yeah. What a noise that makes. Meanwhile, the fight for second continues between Miyazono and Sasaki. Now, what will Miyazono do this time? Sasaki's going to try the long way around again. He'll carry more speed there, so he's loses distance, carries more speed. He's in the draft of Miyazono, but not close. I'm in the background, though.
I think the Maserati is so slow on the straight.
Really hotting up. Serrano looks like he's got by Gallo. No, he hasn't. Gallo dives back up the inside, retains 4th position for now. And this group is very slowly starting to catch the group in front, but it's not quick enough at the moment. Fastest lap so far belongs to Kylian Drumont, who's out on his own. He's pulled away from this pack. That is very impressive in a circuit that is so dependent on slipstream.
Oh, Kai de Bruyne looking with a bit of hip and shoulder on the inside there of Jose Serrano. A smattering of contact between the Lexus and the Ferrari. That might allow Cullen Roach into play there as well. Coming through into the final sector we go. Serrano with a defensive, tighter line. You see de Bruyne there.
Wait, what's there's no Mazda here, okay.
Off, trying to
I was thinking what's the meta car
right
there.
application of it.
But the LFA is still in.
Just sit in the wheel tracks of the Lexus for the time being. But has he got enough opportunity, enough momentum to have a lunge up the inside? No, thinks better of it for the time being. But they haven't got time on their side. They've got to be a bit careful about this because it's going to be counting down before they know it. We're already over the halfway stage.
Yeah, that F40 isn't looking too fun mid-corner. He's stabbing that throttle, just trying desperately to get some rotation out of it, but just not able to do that whilst carrying any sort of tangible speed there. So this little second pack there, it's still formed of a few drivers. Coco Lopez at the back. So here's a replay. This is Sasaki and Miyazono. Is this for position? No, there's another bit of contact between them. Sasaki gets up the inside there of Miyazono, and he makes a move up into P2. We missed that completely watching the battle, so our apologies there. But Sasaki does get by Miyazono then, finally, and now is able to chase Kylian Drumont. But I think already it's maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's 3 left to go.
It's going to be a very tall order, that's for sure, for Takuma Sasaki, Valerio Gallo, Serrano, Kai de Bruyne. You could throw a blanket over these 3 drivers at the moment. They are absolutely giving no quarter at the moment. You can see De Bruyne darting out of the slipstream. You can see Roach there in the background in the McLaren SLR trying to go through. Here comes Serrano. He's going to go past Valerio Gallo if he's not too careful. Down the back straight we go into the chicane. Gallo once again has track position. Does that upset Serrano's rhythm and allow De Bruyne maybe an opportunity from behind to try and attack? He's in a really unfortunate position here is Jose Serrano. Such is the close competition that we've got. He's having to look in his mirrors whilst trying to keep an eye on what Gallo's doing in front of him.
Yeah, really strong defending there from Gallo as well, just being very assertive with the positioning of the car, saying, no, I'm going to, this is my corner, I'm having the apex. And Serrano, through experience and through skill, I might add, just able to decipher that body language from Gallo in front and go, you know what, okay, I'll back out this time, we'll give it another go the next lap. But these guys are so close.
Well,
I
had this question the last time. Do I have to wear the gloves there? I think it looks so stupid, first of all. There's no way everyone wants to use the gloves.
So down the back straight we go in towards
like everyone uses the gloves in like home.
On this circuit, there's not really any dive bomb opportunities in this part of the lap. You can see flicking it through the left-hander, very much one at a time, one line corners through there, especially the elevation changes you can see. Everybody running it really nicely.
There's a sponsor for these gloves, so they're using them. But I don't know. It's so weird.
This race, that's when we're going to start seeing moves being made.
On board now with Callum Roach in the SLR McLaren. I love this car. I love seeing it out here and racing against a smattering of awesome 90s.
I know they have a sponsor, but
great to see them all out here competing like this. If
that's stupid. Like if you don't ever use gloves, and then
the position
the
race,
they tell you, oh, you have to use gloves.
So if
I think that's like.
First, he will be on pole position.
I mean, I guess you can, if you know that already, you can practice with them. So if there's like a requirement to use the gloves, you know that already.
Takuma Sasaki through the right hand, and we go, and he's really trying to challenge his competitor.
Because last time they announced the sponsor, right? PR or something for the gloves. Stupid.
It through on the inside there is Kai De Bruyne on.
I mean, it's cool. They got actually.
I don't know. From the Dutchman, he goes up into 5th place, and now his next target is going to be Valerio Gallo. A little bit sideways mid-corner there for De Bruyne. Keep an eye out for that because he's had a few mid-corner moments. Gallo has a bit of a wiggle on the exit there as well, but he's just parking that car exactly where it needs to. Was there a bit of contact there into the left-hander? I think there was.
Yeah, sideways there. Kind of did a good job to gather that back up again, but I get the sneaking suspicion there's going to be quite a big accident quite soon. If these guys keep going at this rate, Kai there really
sliding.
There might have been contact again from behind Jose Serrano. It might
so
have been,
by the way,
sitting like
into the corner. Like everyone.
It's hard to tell from that Cockpit.
I've never like understood why people use gloves, right? I thought maybe it's like a material thing, like in but I was only playing Gran Turismo, right? With the Logitech wheel, didn't need them. With this wheel, didn't need them. But when I went to ACC, it's just night and day. The force heat, like everything, the wheels moving every time, all the time. Oh, it's a crash.
That's the 4GT going off the track. And that is, Robbie Heck, the American driver in his home race, spinning out of contention and spinning out of a good starting position for the grand final.
What a shame there, but it just shows you how close and how aggressive
Show us the spin now, okay?
We're on to the penultimate lap now, so it's all to play for. Drummond's seemingly going to win it at the front, but beyond that, it's anybody's game.
Kilian's just long gone, 4 seconds ahead. Jesus Christ. Again, summertime it's more useful, but the
not quite as quick as
I'm actually quite. I'm really sweaty, right?
Able to stay with them, and then it's quicker in the corners. So,
but I can actually feel how the wheel is rubbing my hands when I'm playing ACC.
I think they're in the background.
So what's going on here now?
This is the incident which caused Robbie Heck to go plummeting down the order. So we got in Australia. Oh, he lost it on his own.
Oh, that was his own.
Line on the inside, then spent the next time saving it. Got it back, saved it again, got it back, ended up getting biffed there as well for good measure. Miyazono versus Sasaki, part 3.
Miyazono up into 2nd position, so he's overtaken Sasaki again there, just off camera, just missed it.
This is a good fight here.
So now Sasaki is back in 3rd position in the Maserati. Great fight between these two. Here is the replay.
Two Japanese fighting.
The hill here, and Miyazono using
both
the
muy
to try
rápido.
and get back through, but I then think just lost it again. coming through here, but great images between the two here.
Yeah, brilliant racing then as we come through the final series of corners. Look at this, side by side we go. Down into the right-hander, Sasaki on the inside, Miyazono
colliding with other cars.
The two Japanese drivers giving absolutely no quarter. And Sasaki is back through ahead of Miyazono with just a couple more corners now remaining. Through the left we go, and surely this one goes to Sasaki unless he makes a mistake. He runs it onto the grass, onto the curb.
Dirty tires.
Now a bit of an opportunity ready for Miyazono to try and pounce as we flick it through the left-hander. Killian Drummond up the road. He's going to win this one. We come through the final corner. Miyazono's going to try and out-drag Sasaki.
Lap 6-7.
The opportunity.
Oh, it's final lap.
Very, very close as Killian Drummond takes the checkered flag and the victory. We come across the timing line then to begin the final lap. Actually, I
that's final
as we
lap.
head down to the first corner.
God damn it.
So Sasaki it is.
God damn it, Tom.
Miyazono very close behind.
Drummond so far.
I know what you mean.
Tom called the end of the race.
I know what you mean, John.
And in that Gallo,
come on, do it now. Do it.
Serrano. So Gallo up into P4, but now Sasaki and Miyazono, this is their last opportunity, and they've been scrapping the whole race. They know each other's moveset by now, but Miyazono looking to the outside is going to be very brave to go around the outside.
I mean, the Maserati's top speed is just too slow.
But Sasaki now back into third place. Cocaine Lopez now.
Still the whole group is together. That's so fun. We needed that group the whole time in broadcast.
Place now as well. Guy Barbara, Guy De Bruyne.
But this is still really important, like the starting position for the actual main race.
On this final lap, and somehow Lopez is having to fourth place. You've got lunges being made left, right, and
it is actually a daily race. Someone gets ahead and goes away, and then
Lopez lost the car there down the bottom there. So now Guy De Bruyne back in. Is now still defending here from Sasaki. These guys are still nose to tail. It's all going on everywhere on the circuit with Drummond seemingly going to take this victory. They're side by side coming down the bottom here. Miyazono up the inside. Sasaki's going to try the long way around. Can he make it stick? No, not quite. Miyazono ahead with only 3 corners left.
This is super close between these two. Gallo and Lopez are under investigation for a collision as well. Miyazono parks the car on the apex, blocks any opportunity there for Sasaki to try and go through. We come in towards the final series of corners. Once again, this time around it will be the checkered flag as Miyazono once again takes a defensive line.
I mean, this is just
tries to attack.
No, don't care. We don't care.
The Frenchman does it in
God damn it.
At Watkins Glen, it's a drag to the line for second, and Takuma Miyazono does take second place ahead of Sasaki, but it's not over further back. Lopez then.
What a beautiful racing, huh?
Gallo, Barbara, Carrazza, and Serrano.
Like so aggressive, yet so clean.
Wow, what a dramatic end to the sprint race there, JB.
That was a certified Watkins Glen moment right there. That was such good close racing with Drummond there taking the victory, commanding on a circuit where Slipstream was everything. He just ignored that and drove away from the pack. Special mention, by the way, of course, there to Cocaine Lopez, who sort of just bided his time and managed to come back and forth. And a big cheer here for Killian Drummond from the Canadian audience here, of course. I think lack of a Canadian, I think he's next best thing, isn't it?
Well, they've gone for the next best thing, said the French speaker, Killian Drummond. Great job from him. As you said, he was so far ahead, I called him his victory a lap too early. So apologies there to Killian Drummond. Apologies to those who were watching that caught that one. But nonetheless, a superb performance from Drummond. Amazing battle for second between Miyazono and Sasaki as well, right up to the checkered flag. And
very cool, very cool.
How on earth did it all kick off?
That was a good race.
Kind of caught the end of where it began. Let's have a look here at the opening lap. This was an amazing start to the race there for Killian Drummond, splitting the two Japanese drivers for the lead.
Yeah, that Corvette was just in another dimension, wasn't it? Just being able to drive away from these guys. But here was Robbie Heck having probably the saddest moment of his evening so far. Car just getting away from him, that mid-engine Ford GT. He did well to save it once, but wasn't able to save it again. And Drummond, of course, coming across the line to win in a commanding fashion. 8 seconds clear of the field in a circuit which is known for its slipstream. Amazing driving.
Well, they were fighting.
Yep, he was in
chill.
else, wasn't he? Killian Drummond, fantastic job ahead of Miyazono and Takuma Sasaki. Then you've got Lopez ahead of De Bruyne, Roach up there into 6th place as well, ahead of Gallo, Barbara, Carrazza, and Jose Serrano. He was up in the echelons for the podium at one point, down in 10th place at the checkered flag ahead of Inestrosa and Robbie Heck. He'll be sick as a parrot after that one. A moment, sort of unforced error, and it cost him.
This is
very
a really
dear.
cool
It just
concept
shows you how
actually, like
tight it
the
is
settings,
there. You know, it
like the
was a
sprint
spin,
race
it's
for
a
qualifying.
one error, and that's all it was for him. The difference between finishing sort of
And
in
it's
the
road
mid-back
cars.
and finishing
That's really
off
cool.
the back there. So a real shame for him, but. If that is a statement of intent from Kylian Drummond, then the rest of his guys are in trouble because he was just untouchable in that race.
Yeah, amazing job from Kylian Drummond. You can see Miyazono there just a few tenths of a second in front of Takuma Sasaki. That battle going right down to the checkered flag. Then you've got Lopez in front of De Bruyne. Look how close it is there. You've got, what, 13.3 seconds behind. Then it's about, what, 7 tenths of a second separating 4th to 8th place when it came to the timing line.
Yeah, it's mad. I mean, I can't believe we've had such a close race already. That's not even the final, by the way. That's just the warm-up. So, yeah, I hope you're comfy where you are there. But amazing racing and definitely an indicator of what's to come.
Yeah, a little bit of an amuse-bouche before the main course coming up later on. Anyway, looking forward to... I know, that was a bit cheesy, wasn't it? Looking forward to seeing what's going to happen. Let's remind you of the format for the season in the 2024 Gran Turismo World Series. The Nations Cup and the Manufacturers Cup taking place. 12 drivers in each of them. You can see there 12 teams for the Manufacturers Cup. 3 different drivers in the Manufacturers Cup at the 3 live events. And then in the World Finals, exactly the same format for that one. In terms of the Manufacturers Cup, we've got 12 drivers in Montreal, then a different 12 drivers in Prague, same for Tokyo. All 3 of those drivers, for their representing manufacturer, come together at the World Finals in the fight to become the world champion. Points are accumulated over the course of those 4 live events as well, which we're very, very much looking forward to taking place. And it's going to be hugely exciting to see how it all works out. Now, in terms of Gran Turismo, as you know, we've got lots of things going on at the moment, and we've also got a bit of a special surprise for you in terms of a new wheel coming to GT as well. Take a look at this.
Introducing the Fanatec Gran Turismo DD Extreme, an all-new steering wheel designed with Polyphony Digital.
You're saying this new?
The most powerful direct drive system ever made for Gran Turismo, stepping up the realism even more than the previous generation DD
That's an
Pro.
old wheel. I mean, it's not old,
We're
but...
really excited to bring this wheel to Gran Turismo World Series Round 2 in Prague.
Oh, okay. Oh, basically,
Check out the
they're
full
announcing
specs
they're going to
on
start racing on these.
fanatec.com.
Okay, got it, got it.
Well,
right now they're using the DD Pros, but they're going to start. Okay, that's the announcement. God damn it, I saw it.
The Montreal fans absolutely loving things here for World Series 1 in the meantime, though. We understand, though, Jimmy, that last race, bit of an investigation going on with the stewards. I think there was a bit more hip and shoulder than we first imagined on that last lap.
I thought that was going to be the case. I didn't want to say
Whoop, we fucking do. It's not a freebie, no. You can't, no, you can only earn credit.
Chaos going for the chicane, like
1 million.
The same bit of tarmac. So we're just waiting to hear if there's any stewards' decisions that are coming, because that will affect, of course, the order for in the last row. So just waiting for that now. Do we have it?
I think we do. Yeah, I've just heard that we've got the results through. Let's have a look and get confirmation of the starting grid. It's exactly as you were. No penalties there being awarded. So it will be Kylian Drummond who lines up on pole position for the grand final taking place here a bit later on, ahead of Takuma Miyazono and Takuma Sasaki. Then you've got Lopez ahead of De Bruyne, and Roach then is ahead of Gallo, Guy Barbara, Carrazza,
I was thinking of putting
and Robbie Heck
winning.
down there with a bit of work to do going into the race. That's not where they start, by the way. They don't start 20 seconds behind. That's just their finishing position from the last race.
You imagine starting in Toronto.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, anyway, let's introduce you then to our 12 drivers, shall we, and get this one underway. The Nations Cup.
Still can't get over the fact that it's only 12 drivers. I think it's really bad.
All the way from Australia, it is Guy Barbara.
Yes. Shush. No, shush.
We'll see how Guy
yes.
is going to be getting on. You can see he's not been able to win a World Series event, but he's played a fair few hours of Gran Turismo, and he's confident and excited for this one. Next up, from the United States of America, please give it your all for Robbie Heck. We've seen Robbie at quite a few World Series events over the last couple of years, and the American driver will be looking to really put the cat amongst the pigeons here tonight. Likewise, his fellow American driver, Callum Roach, will be lining up on the grid as he makes his way down the stairs here. Again, no wins in the World Series, but doesn't mean it can't be set to take place here tonight. Next up from the Netherlands, it is Kai De Bruyne. Kai, one of the youngest competitors in Gran Turismo, has has played a fair few hours of the game, though.
I think you should get rid of the stash. It doesn't suit you.
Olympic Esports Series
with
last
these
year,
hair.
strong performances. Let's see whether we can do the same here tonight. One of our stalwarts in the Gran Turismo World Series over the last few years. Give it up for
shut it, just shut it, okay?
5 wins in 39 starts gives him a 12.8% win ratio. And he'll be looking to try and bounce his way back up to the top of the order despite starting a bit way down the grid for the grand final. We saw him fighting for the podium a few moments ago from Japan. It is Takuma Sasaki. 2 wins in 5 starts, a 40% win ratio. The highest we've seen so far here tonight. Giving you all then for Brazil's Adriano Carazzas. He makes his way down onto the stage here tonight.
But next year it could be a bit more interesting.
The GT World Series.
The old guys, like older than me, you know. I should just be out, so there's gonna be there's a few guys that are so fast that they're so young, but 3,000 hours played. No, like that. But they can't participate because they have to be 18 years old.
GT competitors. What will he be able to do here tonight?
He's enjoying that walk, isn't he, Tom?
Can't say I blame him. Why not? From Japan, fighting for the podium a couple of moments ago in the sprint race. Give it up for Takuma Miyazono. Won the Nations Cup back in 2020. Won the Manufacturers Cup in the same year, as well as the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup as well. He's the only driver to win the Triple Crown in 1 year. Can he put his hands on the title in 2024? Next up from Italy, another former Nations Cup champion. He won it back in 2021. You can tell he's from Italy. It's Valerio Gallo.
Valerio Gallo. Hours played too many.
Next up from Spain, again another former Nations Cup champion. We're in esteemed company here tonight. He's won 9 times on 63 starts. It is Coque Lopez. And finally, from Spain, give it your all for the 21-year-old. It is Jose Serrano. Jose Serrano makes his way onto the stage, and now we ask for you to stand, if you're able, for the Canadian national anthem of our host nation here in Montreal.
Oh, Canada. It's cocaine. You know, like, think about it. Okay. We need Island singing. What is it? I'm not trying to say. I'm not trying to say anything. I was thinking that I think this should be. Okay, maybe it is not. But this is like a few hours, yeah. Just the whole event is actually like a few hours
our
only.
host nation here in Canada plays out in front of an adoring crowd. They have just been absolutely spectacular this weekend.
But the absolute final event should be like
here tonight. 12 drivers.
more races, like kind of like a championship
thing. A few moments ago, you'd expect the money to be on him.
Like
but,
2 days.
Of course, very different circumstances
I don't know, like
for this final race.
More
Yeah,
races
definitely.
than
And,
just
there
one
are,
or two.
With Nations Cup, of course, everyone has their own strengths and own weaknesses. We've seen that Kylian is great in these production cars, but how is he
because it's a tiny bit feels like
absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing what is going
like
to
25% of luck as well.
Along the way in a few moments' time. Of course, as we said, Kylian Drumont absolutely dominated that race, giving him that pole position. If he can put in a repeat performance like that, game on. But longer race, different cars, different circumstances, it's going to be a tall order. Let's go down to Julia then. She's catching up with the man who lines
score
up on
points
pole
exactly.
position for the grand final for the Nations Cup, Kylian Drumont.
But that's what I mean, like make it like
okay. Don't you want to know just how? Well, first of all,
a few more races and like maybe 2 days or something.
That move right at the start, getting you right into.
Okay, it doesn't have to be like 2 days, but make it a longer day.
Was going. That was an amazing move that got you into first.
Because I do think there's too much like luck involved.
This was a really good move because the car was really fast on the straight line and the top speed. So, I mean, this is I see your open the door with Takuma Sasaki. It was difficult to move, and I see just something to go and I go. It was good for me.
I mean, it was very good for you. I mean, how does it feel to be back, you know, for a new season of Gran Turismo World Series?
A little bit excited, like always, and yeah, it's excited to see the new physics, the competition as well, like everywhere to be here.
New physics. Are they driving with the new physics already?
Everywhere, so it's really cool.
Is it harder now, do you think? Is it more
I mean,
difficult?
that much stoking would be fine if there's the day would be longer, right?
Like
that's what I mean.
The level is just a bit improving, you know. So yeah, it's everywhere. It's improved. So you need to improve myself as well, you know. So yeah.
Are you feeling confident now? You're going to go into this. How do you feel?
To be honest, I don't even know about the strategy.
Because it's a bit weird that the update comes out 25th of July, and they only have like 2 weeks to.
This is a race, so we need to go fast.
Quickly, just go quickly. We all know.
Because
this.
10th of August is the next event, right? So they don't have much time to like.
Drive fast,
I don't think the physics are changing that much.
Right, slightly different wording from me.
yeah, not broadcast, but unless you're getting on first name terms with Ofcom. Anyway, yeah, looking forward to seeing what Kylian Drumont is going to be able to do from pole position. Lots of exciting racing to come here tonight.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
What do you think
yeah.
we're going to be expecting for this grand final race, JB?
But Kylian said like he made it sound like they're already racing with a new physics.
It's literally just a fist fight.
Or basically, they're doing it right there. Yeah. Maybe not these finals, but yeah.
Until the end, and we know there are many drivers out there in that field who are capable of that. But who's?
But he was talking about the race, right?
Well, the drivers aren't only having to compete with
and the
different
new
cars
physics,
for this
so that was
they've also been having to compete with different physics over the course
maybe they are
of the
doing
weekend
it like
tonight,
already.
because there's a new update coming to Gran Turismo 7 later on this month. Have a look at this to find out a bit more.
New update, another one. This track looks cool. It looks cool. I hope it's like drives cool. Look at it. Oh, I can't wait for this thing. New Michelin tires. I don't know what's the. So was there like? I mean, the Lamborghini and the Impreza are cool.
Well, I, for one, cannot wait for that.
The only issue is
Gran Turismo 7. What are you most excited for with that one?
I mean,
like all the like Sofia races, like just a few laps right,
right? In my travels to the Nürburgring,
and then it's gonna be Nordschleife.
Try them earlier on. fantastic.
Sophie AI. But if it's only one lap, it doesn't.
So yeah, looking forward to seeing how our drivers handle it.
It's just bad. It doesn't give us anything. We need custom races with Sophie AI.
Competing in for the grand finals. Red Bull X2019
give us, like,
is back in action.
bigger rewards for it
soft
as well.
tires available. They must use each tire
Custom
type
races, that
once, and you can see the grid order is as a result of the sprint race that we had a few moments ago. 35 laps here at Road Atlanta. It's going to be a pretty fast-paced race because we're averaging what, 58, 59 second laps.
Yeah, a lot
of
I think we should see
corners as well.
times under a minute for the fast guys there, and of course,
like hard races, like smooth races.
Go by very quickly. The reason being because we're in this, the Red Bull X 2019. You'll be familiar with it by now.
I think they should change this car as well a bit.
816 PS, about 800 brake
Like for the final, they're using the same thing every time.
50 kilograms. Top speed doesn't quite reach 200 miles an hour, but you won't really be caring about that because you'll be putting like 50 G through each corner. It's a very quick car, requires some very twitch reactions, and with these curves here at Road Atlanta, it is difficult.
Yeah, we got our boffins together to have a look at tyre strategy and try and dissect what they think is going to happen over the course of this one. You can see if you start on the soft tyres, probably going to do about 10 laps or so on that. Mediums should be the favoured tyre over the course of this race. I mean, it's a very tyre-heavy consumption sort of circuit because it's so fast, so flowing, lots of medium and high-speed corners in there.
Yeah, I mean, T1, for example, is flat in these cars on the soft compound tyre, which is about 270 kph. Imagine
Did they show the
front left tyre going
what's
through
the tyre wear and
so we'll see how they get on. We've seen some strategy changes from what we expect in the manufacturer's series before now.
But they had to refuel as well.
Maybe similar for Nations Cup, who knows?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, rip up the form book and throw it out as far as I'm concerned, because given what we saw a few moments ago, anything can happen. I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to be like. Don't forget about the Predict the Winner campaign that we've got going on as well. We threw this to you guys back at home, and you can see that 24% of you are rating Takuma Miyazono. Interestingly, the man who just won a few minutes ago, Kylian Drumont, not on the list.
I was going to say that, yeah. I mean, maybe not a good prediction, but we know that Miyazono he's very fast in this X 2019. So, I mean, to be honest, I probably would have picked him as well. So, if I had remembered to do it, which I did not.
Well, the thing is, if you get it right, again, opportunity for a few more credits in your back pocket, which we're looking forward to as well. It's all ready to go then here for the Nations Cup. Not long left. Just tell me what we should be expecting in the first few moments of this one.
I mean, it's going to be a tricky start because of how the circuit is, but I think hopefully they'll try to keep it in line from there.
Let's get ready to go then, shall we? Nations Cup action about to begin.
Little house in the prairie. To be fair, I do think that they have like the updating, the physics update. I think they have overhyped this. I don't think that's anything major. I don't think anyone even noticed.
Here tonight for the grand final of the Nations Cup.
Here we go.
12 drivers on the grid, but only one winner for World Series 1 here in Montreal. And here is how the field will be set. It is Kylian Drumont.
Okay, so they don't have to refuel because they're revving it out right now.
A fan favourite here tonight. Takuma Miyazono will line up alongside him on that front row of the grid. His compatriot Takuma Sasaki heads row 2. Alongside him is Koke Lopez, the former champion. Next up, you've got Kai de Bruyne,
which is kind of boring.
Can he do well in the X 2019?
I think it would be really cool to have a bit, maybe someone in the back that says fuel a bit.
Former champion, 7th on the grid for him. Guy Barbara, the Australian, lines up in 8th position. On the fringes of the top 10, Adriano Carrazza, 9th place, on a work for him to do, and likewise, Jose Serrano didn't go his way in the sprint race. He lines up right down the back of the field, as well as Angel Estrosra in 11th place, with Robbie Heck, the American driver, completing our 12-driver strong field. So 3 tyre compounds available, 35 laps of action. Kylian Drumont on the soft tyres there, JB. He wants to go.
I think the 12-driver thing is bad.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar with the tyre strategies in these World Series events, the soft tyre is a statement of intent. It's saying, I'm going to go fast.
Oh yeah, definitely going to break
something. This race, do not get in my way. And interestingly,
we're just talking about before that.
Kylian Drumont opting for that. I think
we were here already. So they usually break the game with an update. But maybe this time they broke the game while announcing the update.
So we'll see how that pans out for him.
Well, a very fast-paced race is what we're expecting. 35 laps of action in qualifying. They were doing sub 1 minute laps. I wonder what it would look like under racing conditions, and I am wondering who will be claiming 6 points and the checkered flag in those 35 laps time. It's Kylian Drumont, the man who won the sprint race a few moments ago, who starts on pole position, but will he be taking the checkered flag here at Road Atlanta? It's World Series 1 for the Nations Cup. The grand final begins now as Kylian Drumont leads the field down to the first corner, followed by Miyazono. And look at Lopez already dragging alongside Takuma Sasaki and taking third place down into the first corner. So Lopez with a bold statement of intent, moving up position already as he sets his sights firmly on Takuma Miyazono for second.
Yes, Sasaki definitely caught napping there as Gallo does the same to Callum Roach behind, goes up into P6. But
I think it should be really interesting
not to fall asleep. That's important to do that early. If you think you have the pace, try and get out front early.
Right now the interesting thing is that Kylian has soft tires.
Drumont, Miyazono, Lopez and Sasaki are your order as we go onto the back straight for the first time. Here, I would say, is the first real overtaking opportunity, but Karatsa down in P7.
It doesn't last too long, 1 minute.
From his qualifying position in ninth. He likes to come back to Karatsa, so we'll see how he does as the race goes on. Coming down the bottom of the lap for the first time, heavy braking downhill here, be careful of that. And then very tricky right-hander, try and be careful the throttle over the crest, and that is 1 lap done here at Road Atlanta. The pace is frantic already.
Yeah, you can see just how fast they're moving around this circuit. You can see how much it funnels down and goes one at a time through that chicane as well. You've got an opportunity to go 2 by 2 down that back straight. Look at this, hard tyre runners, Roach, Barbara, Innistroza, Heck, all into the pits at the end of this first lap. The hard tyre's lava, they want to get off it and onto the softs.
Yeah, so people coming in for that tyre, you're wondering why they're doing only 1 lap on this hard compounded tyre. Well, the regulations say you have to use 1 tyre at least once. It doesn't say each tyre at least once, and it doesn't say how long you have to be on the tyre. So if the hard compounded tyre is a 2nd lap slow, you know what, in the bin.
Penalties coming in for Takuma Miyazono. Valerio Gallo at the start of the second lap. Is that track limits? It must be. Yeah, half a second there for Miyazono. That's going to drop him into the clutches, and if not, allow Coque Lopez to get past him. He's coming into the penalty zone, is Takuma Miyazono. And what about Lopez? He's going to go cascading on through and says thanks very much.
Half a second with this thing is just
so
massive.
The Spaniard having a quite brilliant start to this race, and now he's got his sights firmly set on Kylian Drumont.
Coque Lopez is comfortably the most experienced man here out of anyone in the field. This guy's he's done 60, was it 63 races he's done at these live events. He knows how to win races. He knows how to win championships. So, yeah, definitely any move to be made, he'll make it. On board Sasaki, what a great camera view. This gives you a real sense of speed of this thing. I drove this thing around here yesterday, and I got to tell you, it is very difficult to keep up with this thing. It's incredibly quick for this S section.
You can see there you can't go 2 by 2. It's 1 at a time through that section of the lap. Then it begins to open out a little bit, but there's not that many heavy braking zones on this circuit. You go down into 4th gear for this right-hander. It's the chicane really where the best overtaking opportunity is on this track, and you can see now it's the age-old story. Miyazono versus Sasaki. They were knocking 7 bells out of each other in the sprint race here earlier on tonight, and now they're close to one another, nose to tail on track. But Miyazono darts out of the slipstream here of Coque Lopez as we come down the back straight. Miyazono's got the inside line. He's got track position, but does he have the overspeed on Lopez to get 2nd place back? He does. So Miyazono firmly asserting his dominance over the Spaniards.
The draft is so strong in these cars. You might notice, look out front, look who's managed to break that draft already on that soft tyre. Kylian Drumont. So watch out for Kylian. He needs to put in some very quick laps now, but we'll check in with him later.
Why did it say that the top speed is like 310 or something?
He's looking at the back of and not his countryman.
He's doing. It was 320 there.
What an awesome circuit.
And it's more in the back
straight. One of the best circuits in the US, in my opinion, and probably in the world, actually. We're going to talk about that, but such a challenge for these guys and these drivers. Now look at the back of Sasaki. Look who's managed to catch him back up. It's Kai de Bruin. Out of nowhere comes the Dutch driver. Looks up the inside here, inside onto the straight, and Kai de Bruin up into 4th place there, just biding his time, made the pass, but now he's going to be giving that draft to Sasaki behind him.
Yeah, lunging onto the scene and lunging to the inside of Takuma Sasaki was Kai de Bruin then, and Sasaki's trying to repay the favour as we come down this back straight. Bit of a tap of the lights there for de Bruin as we head down into there, but you can see him feathering the throttle here to Takuma Sasaki. He doesn't want to go past, he wants to use the slipstream to his advantage. I wonder, because we're expecting this to be a bit of a fuel consumption race as well, if he's just trying to save a little bit of fuel in these early stages.
Why?
As well.
No, there's no way it's a fuel consumption race because they were revving out the cars at the start.
Hard racing from there, but going back up the hill here, and already the gap between De Bruin and Lopez. You see this going on. Here's a replay actually of a bit further down the hill. This is Serrano and Karatsa. So Serrano gets past Carrazzo, just getting a little moment off that curb that we see. I saw him in qualifying make that same mistake. It's very tricky to put down 800 horsepower with no traction control at that corner.
Yeah, especially with the aerodynamics are not working at their optimum, because of course you're not going that quick coming out of that particular turn on the track. Very aero dependent and very aero efficient cars, these machines. You can see Lopez there now down in third place, 7/10 of a second. He's sort of dropping off the back of Miyazone at this point. Sasaki's down into 5th position then at this point. De Bruyne's up into 4th place. So down this back straight we go, and Sasaki with now more work to do than he was anticipating at this stage, especially given where the Japanese driver started. But De Bruyne is on an absolute flyer here. He's right onto the back of Koke Lopez. They're both on the same combat of tyre. It's not like De Bruyne's got an advantage with tyre combat. He's got a phenomenal amount of pace. He's got the inside line. Can he lunge into T1? That was audacious from Kai De Bruyne as he goes up into 3rd place.
Jesus Christ.
Those sort of moves are just
Where did this guy come from?
Commitment. Kai had already decided before it even got past Lopez that I'm going for this move. And if he turns in, he turns in. But Kai needs to do that. He's got pace right now. He cannot afford to have that pace.
Slip is so strong with this thing. So
Koke Lopez, very quick driver, but I wouldn't say in these cars he's the quickest in the field.
Just to give you an idea of the difference in terms of pace between De Bruyne and Lopez. Lopez last time around a 1 minute flat 7.94. Kai De Bruyne a 1 minute flat 1.62. 0.6 of a second faster. In these cars around this lap, that's a fortnight's worth of pace.
And that is the fastest lap of the race, even faster than Drummond on the soft compound tyre.
Well, it's not over yet, is it? This one with Kai De Bruyne. Kai De Bruyne and Sasaki under investigation. So I wonder whether that's what caused Sasaki to go down the order. Let's have a look and see what happens later on as this continues on.
That was no further action, Tom.
Right, sorry, beg your pardon.
So no further action there, so the steward's sinking. Yep, that's fine. And we go back to this amazing battle. 290 kilometers an hour for the apex of T1 there. I cannot imagine the size of these virtual drivers that their necks are through. They've been massive. But what happened there? Sasaki just through, I think Lopez got on the curb a little bit there?
Yeah, quite possibly, unless they said no further action, unless there was a bit of contact that we didn't see, and Lopez has just been the gentlemanly thing of letting off. I don't think that would be the case, but again, we didn't see exactly what happened. Anyway, it now sits with Sasaki in 4th place, Lopez in 5th position, De Bruyne up the road in 3rd place.
Interestingly, Tom, sorry, I'm just looking at the timings. Miyazone was quicker than Drummond on that. And there's no slipstream, that is just pace. So maybe those soft tyres are starting to go the other way. Maybe the medium tyres are the time to be on around here.
Well, we're expecting the tyre distance to be about 7 laps or so, weren't we? We're expecting the mediums to be the favoured bit of rubber
on the 4th
underneath these drivers. And Valerio Gallo there sitting in 6th place at the moment, not having too bad of a run. Got a good view of the battles unfolding in front of him, but he's not quite in contention for the podium places at this stage at the moment. This is what we are used to seeing in these longer formats of races. It starts off quite frantic, it gets a little bit quiet in the middle stages of the race, and then it really picks up towards the end as all the strategies begin to unfold in front of us.
Man, we're using all that curb there and a bit more, and some of the grass on the entry and the way in there. You know what, if it works, it works. And if the stewards don't say something in track limits, then it's all free real estate. So following Valerio Gallo as he closes onto the back of Koke Lopez. Lopez there had a great start there, managed to get up to 3rd place initially, but since then he maybe lost a little bit of the pace and is starting to fall back down the field again.
Yeah, Zono is catching Kilian next to T1.
Time around the near Zona, but they're just trading in that time. So it's interesting to see that soft tyre not quite performing at this stage of the stint.
No, just see Kylian Drummond there, 2.3 seconds the advantage he has on that soft combat of tyres. Is he going to be coming in within a lap or so? Goes round this time, carrying on with those tyres. 1 minute flat 7.
I don't think Kilian's going to win this.
Just half a second slower than Miyazone last time around.
So maybe
let's have a listen here to Lopez.
Recently in my hometown, there's a little kid who is 8 years old and he's been Spanish champion. So my motivation in the future is to try to help him and other riders. And this is something that was supposed to be for a longer future, but because this kid is already
he hasn't like
things.
Look, it's under 8 seconds. It's under 2 seconds now.
Well, fascinating to hear there from Koke Lopez. Really good to get a bit of backstory about the driver, the former Nations Cup champion.
Exactly, shut up. Yeah, I don't know why they played that one right now. That
another
was weird.
former champion, Valerio Gallo. Look at the tyres on the rear of Kylian Drummond, down to 23%. They're going to be fitting second hand at this stage, and they're going to be going down at a vast rate of knots. He carries on in the lead of the race for another run round does the
I think he should have got away a bit more with the soft tires.
He's doing 108s right now, so
even more so with people fighting behind.
But that's still 6/10 slower a lap. I mean, look at the gap in the front, 1.6 seconds now between Miyazono and Drummond. I think if he stays out on this soft tire any longer, he's going to risk ruining his strategy here, because Miyazono is able to keep that pace on a tire that is worse than Drummond. There you go, you see the gap there coming down a second in 2 laps. Drummond needs to respond to this.
So Drummond then through that right-hander. This is where he's going to be really feeling the pain of the poor traction of those very worn soft tyres on the exit of that corner. Kylian Drummond just going to not be feeling good at all. Look at that rear left, down to 12%. The rear right is absolutely fine. Illustroza going into the pit lane then, so he's gone from the medium tyres. Where is he going to emerge and on what tyre as well? I know he's a bit of a way down the order and out sequence, but I'm just keen to see what his strategy is. He goes for the soft tyre then in the middle stint. Drummond has to come in, otherwise he's going to end up sending it into the barrier, I am sure. Miyazono carries on the medium compounds. Now where will Drummond go in the middle stint?
Then we saw that he had a really bad pit entry there. He I think got out of shape going into the pit lane. So those rear tyres there.
It is a really bad pit entry.
He goes
so
on to another set of the soft tyres. So
even with these pros, they're just messing it up.
A free stop then is going to be from Kylian Drummond, and I think that's going to be the fastest way around here, Tom.
Just you can't see the entry basically. You can't see the lines where you have to go over.
Try and get those.
You can't go over.
Actually, the Manufacturers Cup earlier on tonight. Just try and do a 1-lap dash on those and have as little time on it as you possibly can. See De Bruyne and Sasaki all over each other.
This is a really cool fight
actually. At the moment, as they try to find their way past one another and navigate around this fantastic Road Atlanta circuit over the crest of the hill. Sasaki there looking for an inside line. He's in the slipstream there. Pulls
He's not looking the line. He doesn't want to get too hard of a slipstream because he doesn't want to go for the move because they can't bump track. He has to go for a move if it's side by side. But he doesn't want to go for a move because he doesn't want to fight too much. That's why I think they're looking like staying away from the slip.
They're still lapping quicker than Drummond was when he boxed. So Miyazono, though, the pace very, very strong at the front of the field for Takuma Miyazono. Comfortably the quickest man in the first.
I think he's doing
the quickest man on track on that last lap, down in 6th place.
Soft, medium, and last lap hard tires.
Yeah, so
just the 1 lap behind.
Right in the wheel tracks and bumping Coque Lopez. Now he just got a warning for that, and I just saw him do it again there right on camera. So I'm not sure what the stewards are going to say about that. I don't think it was. It's a tricky one because you don't want to lose momentum, and you can do that by giving the guy in front a little bit of a tap. But if you do that, you might also risk damaging the cars.
Look at that in front as well. You've got De Bruyne versus.
He
keeps doing it. Does Valerio Gallo, and the stewards will dump down him like a ton of bricks. Lopez decides to get out of it. He lifts off the throttle down this back straight. Says thanks very much and lets Gallo back through. He wants absolutely no part of what's going on at the moment. Does Coque Lopez, and I wonder whether Gallo may be under investigation once more and possibly being set for a penalty here because the stewards have now another 3 instances of that.
Like in real life, you can't bump.
Yeah, you can get away with it once or twice, but after that, maybe not. But we'll see. I mean, I hope we don't
7 billion seconds.
Slide on circuit, but that's just how things are. There are rules for a reason. Still on board with the Italian Valerio Gallo. Pace is good for him on this mid-stint. 1 minute, 0.2 last lap, so very, very quick at the moment. He's got the bit between his teeth and now looking to try and close in on Sasaki and Kai De Bruyne, who I think his effort has, I'd say it's not fallen off. He's done a 1 minute, 0.4 last lap. Interestingly, a mistake, I think, from Miyazono last lap. A 101.1, which is about half a second slower than he has been doing over the course of this race. Sasaki looking to the inside of Kai De Bruyne. Up the inside goes the Japanese driver up into P2. Now, can he catch his fellow countryman?
Beautiful block pass there from Sasaki as he came through the chicane. He's coming around that right hand, a tighter line though, and De Bruyne's not going to take this line.
Coming again. Yep, inside.
Last time on Lopez, he goes for the move on the inside and goes through back into second. Kai De Bruyne, fantastic bit of commitment he's got through that first corner, and that's left Sasaki under threat here from Valerio Gallo. Look at him pushing the rear of the Japanese driver's car. You've got to be so careful, especially through these high-speed corners. Any wheel-to-wheel contact, and it's straight off to the
He messed up. Coque Lopez coming by. Holy crap, what a race.
Gallo, and you can see Roach there as well. He's out of position down in 11th place. So what's happened there to Callum Roach? Because he's down in 11th place. He's already a lap down. Something's gone wrong there for the American.
He's made 2 stops at this point, and it is a very short lap, but I'm not quite sure what happened. I think Lopez isn't the sort to run into the back of someone. Maybe Roach just got a bit out of position there. Roach now trying to unlap himself from Coque Lopez. We don't really get many instances of cars being lapped around here. Lining up the inside, and now
The thing is, this is going to cost Lopez time. Callum Roach, he's well entitled to do that. You can unlap yourself, but Lopez is going to be, well, madder than a polar bear in the Canaries after this one, because it's ruining his race at this stance. And look at the gap now that's been presented between himself and Sasaki. It's up to half a second. Now he's got all of that hard work to do again with a fast and furious American behind him.
Stewart's going to be busy on this one, I think. Yeah, what an interesting scenario, because we've never had a lap that's been this quick in these cars. And if you boxed twice earlier, which is what Callum Roach has done to try and have a fast run later on, then you can end up being a lap down. But honestly, at this point, I don't know what the rules are.
Right, let's see what the stewards do.
Another bit of contact.
Yeah, the thing is, it's too forceful, isn't it? If you're trying to lap yourself, fair enough, but you can't go and crash into the other side of the other driver. And you see, it picks up a warning there for colliding with another car, and I wonder whether it's going to be long before we see the stewards coming down on this like a Gallo.
Rewind.
Look at this now. Gallo's trying to take advantage, trying to get his move done on the inside of Roach. Oh, this is getting very scrappy indeed. Lopez getting hung out to dry here. More hip.
Oh, this is getting spicy.
And Serrano is coming through on his countryman as well, and does so for 4th place. So Serrano,
you know what the thing is, like,
drama now moves on
Roach is lap.
Takuma Sasaki for 3rd.
All this does is benefit Miyazono and Kai de Bruin, who are just outside of this battle. But
but he's really aggressive.
It seems that
Roach
it's just desperation.
He's so aggressive.
Roach, he's,
wait a minute,
he's a lap down. He knows he's got pace in the tyres, but he can't do anything with it because he's stuck in this train.
What did you just say?
I mean, Miyazono there, a track limit penalty for our leader, so that's going to help Kai de Bruin. A second. That's a massive penalty. This might allow Kai to have a run coming down to the bottom. So he'll cross the line, serves the 1 second penalty.
1 second penalty.
There. Look at the rear view mirror. That is Kai de Bruin right behind us, closing up at a rate of knots. Won't quite be close enough for a move, but just like that, a 2.2 second gap is down to 4 attempts, and a mistake there from Kai straight away. I think he got a bit too excited, a bit too quickly there.
I think they should take away this
that lap, comes into the pit lane
DRS.
then on the medium tyres, and decides to get a new set of boots on. That leaves De Bruin out in front to lead a Gran Turismo World Series race for the first time in 2024, as Miyazono goes then onto the soft compound of tyre. Karatza also in as well from the mediums. Where's he going to go? Where's Drumont? There is our earlier race leader. Thankfully for him, he's kept out of all of the drama that unfolded in front of him, where we saw Roach getting involved in the action.
Where's Miyazono? So Drumont comes round now on the exit and comes out ahead of Miyazono. That's very important for Killian Drumont. So good pace there for Drumont on that second stint. And there is Miyazono. That's a big gap there between Drumont and Miyazono. 7 seconds Drumont has pulled on that stint, just on that soft compound of tyre. So it's looking like it's going the way of the Frenchman at the moment, but he does still owe some more tyres. So let's see a replay of what happened here.
Gallo versus Lopez up over the right. That's the moment there for Gallo. Okay. Thankfully, no cars following him and collecting him in that, but that could have been a bit more messy. Kai de Bruin, former race leader, now into the pits, off of the medium tyres.
I mean, but they're still doing a great job.
His strategy, like, most people have gone soft in the middle stints, and indeed he does have a soft on then. So Kai de Bruin goes into the pits and will emerge where? That's the question, because he's at good pace actually in this middle stint of the race. He's pretty good so
getting
far
sleepy.
as the Dutchman.
Very
the rest
sleepy.
Of the field, though, they're all involved in traffic.
Although it's like exciting.
Callum Roach right in front of Takuma Sasaki. Right behind them, you've got Serrano and Lopez. You've got Guy Barbara lunging to the inside as well of Serrano. The thing is, I get it, they're involved in their own battle further down the order. They're entitled to be involved in their own race, but you can't go and compromise somebody else's.
I can tell you right now, there's going to be some words after this race between the drivers, I think, because it's just one of these difficult situations where if you are in the lead, I mean, we do operate the sort of blue flag rule here, and you are entitled to overtake if you're quicker, but it's to the point where they're interfering so much that it's changing the outcome of the race. Sasaki at the moment, so this is interesting. Sasaki, I think, is still stuck behind Callum Roach.
No, the other lap
or
guy.
was last time we checked anyway. And this all goes in
What the
favour
heck?
of Miyazono and Drumont, who are not currently sort of stuck in this train.
So then, over the rise we go. There is Jose Serrano. Takuma Sasaki, your race leader as it stands for the time being. Drumont there in 4th place. He's got 5.5 seconds of a gap now over Takuma Miyazono. And it's looking quite nice here for Drumont. Of course, he's got slightly older softer compound of tyre, but that should be okay.
They're slightly older.
Forget, they have
A
to
lot
run
older,
every
like,
compound
really
of tyre in this race. They must run the hards, the mediums, and the softs. There is Jose Serrano. sitting in the wheel
He's gonna start
tracks
losing
of
time,
Takuma Sasaki.
like right
I
now.
suppose the one advantage here for Sasaki is he's not having to punch the hole in the air in front of him. He's getting a bit of a slipstream here, which might be a bit helpful.
Let's check his lap time if he stays out. Will he stay out for one more lap? He does. Lap time, his last time around was a 101.4 on the slow end. This lap, a 1:01.7, so an okay lap time for mediums at that part of the stint. Oh, and Sasaki almost wide that curb on the outside. Every time I see that, I cringe a bit. I think how many times I've gone through there, touched that curb, and gone wild, and we're just showing you how difficult it is to thread the needle of these cars through here. Inestrosa and Robbie Heck behind now. The second place Serrano trying to find their way through on their strategies, of course, but a lap down. So what does Serrano do in this situation? You don't want to let him by if you lose.
Keep an eye on the Drummond and Miyazono gap.
Either having
I think Miyazono is gonna.
It's carnage. These cars are very fast around this circuit. There's Coque Lopez now trying to find his way through. Do these guys get blue flags or what? What's the rule here?
Yeah, well, it's under investigation. Oh, so no further action, I should say, there between Gallo and Lopez for that collision that we saw a little bit earlier on. Oh, this is just...
Yeah, so now Coque Lopez is behind these guys fighting for
right
11th place.
Two drivers who are squabbling quite rightly for their own positions at the moment, and it's just costing him time. Serrano comes into the pit lane then at the end of the 21st lap. Lopez does well. He had no choice though, did he really? Whether that forced his hand.
I wonder if Drummond and Miyazono sort of foresaw this. I was like, okay, you know what, we're going to box. I'm not getting involved in any of this. Interesting, that gap between Drummond and Miyazono. It was about 6 seconds when Drummond, who has just actually come back into the pit lane. So he's come off that soft compounded tyre. I think he realised that the tyre doesn't last quite as long as he wanted. Now, will we see the medium compounded tyre come on here? We do see that medium compounded tyre. Now, will we take that for 13 laps?
So,
I think it will last that long quite comfortably. Then go on to the hard
so Kilian's now doing until 34th lap, and then we're gonna do one lap on hard.
For their collision, now it's on track. The stewards decided that all's fair.
Yeah, I don't think there's. Yeah, I don't know what he was yapping about the fuel consumption thing. I don't think there's any issue with that.
From the start of this race,
which is kind of boring.
I bet you they're going to be feeling pretty clapped out now, and he'll come into the pits, and indeed he does. That is going to release Takuma Miyazono to the lead of this race. Now, where does Sasaki go in terms of his strategy? He's been on the mediums. Does he go for the soft in the middle stint and try and run the hards right at the very end, or does he do a middle stint on the hards? He does do a middle stint on the hards.
Now, okay.
How long is he going to run this
That's
for?
interesting.
Imagine one lap,
I think he's thinking about like getting out of the traffic.
We have had 2 drivers on this stint, 3 drivers finally dip below the 1 minute mark.
One lap on hards coming in again, I think.
The soft time that last time was a 59.5, so getting quite close to qualifying pace there. These guys really on it right now. And these moments of clear air for Miyazono, for Kylian Drummond, this is where the race is going to be won or lost. So right now, we look at all the gaps. Drummond's in clean air. Miyazono is out front. There's no one in front of him now. He can just drive into that on that soft compounder tyre, and we know his pace is good.
His pace, yeah.
He's going to want sub 1 minute laps every lap now.
This is what I love about this, like strat races. We need these in daily races.
So on board here,
like it doesn't have to be that extreme, but like you have a choice to make, which can like decide the races as well.
Too far up the road there as well, just in front of them. I think that's a bit of lap traffic once again.
Maybe not in lower level, but in higher level, it like makes so much difference.
It's difficult to tell from this angle as we come down this back straight. You see Lopez there closing up onto the back and lunges his way to the inside for 4th place. Decisive there then for Lopez.
That was a good
move. He's on the
move.
soft cover of the tyre compared to Sasaki's hard, but that just goes to show you how much more grip he's got under braking.
Yeah, I mean,
wait, Sasaki's doing another lap
for Coque Lopez up into P4 now. This is Coque Lopez's favourite place. He loves the P4, does Coque Lopez. He's always sort of hovering around here.
Maybe he wants a bit pressure tyres
to 59.7. So the pace is there for the Spaniard in the X 2019. Is it enough to catch his fellow countryman? Callum Roach, though, is between them at the
I do think like
so that might help him slingshot.
The mediums last like 13 laps, so I don't know why.
Tyre stats so far. Miyazono has taken the medium and the soft, as have the other top 4 runners. A reminder, you do have to use every compound of tyre. Only person, the people who've done that so far.
Okay, yeah, so Sasaki's going for soft tyres.
Maybe the reason we've seen them being lapped at the moment.
Okay, yeah,
So,
okay, he knows to
lap
do
23 out of 35. Miyazono still leading this race. He's on the soft
I think the softs are letting like 10 laps or something.
setting very fast lap times. Another 59.9. He's the only driver aside from Coque Lopez who was in the 59s last time around. But here is the man who is trying to challenge him for that victory. He's kept himself out of trouble, out of harm's way. Crucially, out of all that lap traffic drama that we saw early on as well. It's Kylian Drumont, the man who started this one on pole position, and that is going to be music to the ears of him. Look at that clear air in front of him. It's very hard to come by here at this Road Atlanta circuit, but at the moment he's lapping it up and doing a superb job. Probably the only thing I can foresee for him is that he's got Valerio Gallo on the soft competent tyre behind. Both, though, roughly about the same sort of time. The fact is, Drumont last time around was a 59.8, and that is exactly the same time that Gallo was setting on the soft compounded tyre.
Look at Guy Barbara's tyres.
Guys, right now, this is basically
Exclamation
the
mark.
part of the race. Everyone's finding a little bit of space. Everyone knows the car right now. Everyone knows what they're capable of, and they just need to be putting in these quick laps. It's taking an analogy from F1 is Schumacher Hungary from whatever year that was, 98. You know, it's that. You have to just get your head down and just perform, get those results. And these guys, they're the best drivers in the world in Gran Turismo. So many of them now.
I think we can call these tires dead.
A whole lap of Road Atlanta. The pace here is unreal.
10 laps to go then here at Road Atlanta for the grand final of the Nations Cup. Kai de Bruyne, we ride on board with him. Is he bob on for a podium? Let's find out a little bit more about the man behind the mask. No, we won't. We'll do that a little bit later on, because you can see Kai de Bruyne sitting there in second place. There is Takuma Miyazono, 3.8 seconds.
Don't put these like weird interviews
up the
in the middle
road.
of the race.
Looking pretty interesting.
I
this
think
one.
he's.
Kai de Bruyne's catching.
He is.
He is catching. But
He has to go in next lap, right?
One of the youngest drivers here is Kai de Bruyne, but you wouldn't know that from his driving. Very mature driving style, very fast as well. And I think at the moment he has the pace.
He's going for last stint some soft.
Drivers in the world, Takuma Miyazono. Here is Adriano Corazza, again driving from a poor grid position, P9. He started up in P6 now, so decent comeback so far, but I just don't think he has the pace to really challenge that top 5 at the moment.
I'm so sleepy. The race is exciting, but I'm so sleepy.
That means that their tyres are absolutely cooked. They've got to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Sasaki comes into the
I told you it's coming in now, so yeah.
On this middle stint
10
in
laps
the race, he
on,
goes for the softs right to the very end of this one then. So Sasaki's done all 3 tyre compounds. Now he can run to the checkered flag. What about the likes of Takuma Miyazono, Kai de Bruyne, and in fact all the drivers in front of Sasaki and Drumont actually for that matter, as Drumont comes into the pits for his final stint in this race. Where's he going to go?
3:44 a.m.
Medium tyres then for him. Just
I have to wake up 10 a.m.
By the looks of things, he's quite happy with those medium tyres. He's deciding not to change them with 9 laps to go.
Can we just an update on
15 minutes and the race is over.
We asked a bit earlier on. And it's basically, if you get a blue flag, you have to get out of the way. We don't have that information, whether they're being shown blue flags or not. But you are allowed to retake.
I mean, I am enjoying this. I'm not like regretting staying up.
So then, here is Drumont coming down through, just sitting all on his own at the moment.
It is.
Where is he in terms of his lap
Good,
times?
astute observation, sir.
Slower, 106.4, because he came into the
no, Kylian!
Drumont's thrown it away!
No!
The Frenchman coming out of the pit lane, made a pit stop for more fuel, stayed on the medium compound tyres, and he sends it into the barrier on his outlap.
That has handed this race to Takuma Miyazono on a platter, on a massive collective sigh here at the venue in Montreal. Sad to see it end that way. Here's a replay of what happens. They're on board with Drumont, comes onto the curb,
too wide there.
Turns in, just gets on the curb a bit too much. You just can't save it at that point. The car goes off, and Drumont will be absolutely kicking himself down there.
Finito.
What a way for that to end.
Such a shame for Kylian Drumont. Now, look at this battle for second between De Bruyne
just stupid mistake as well. You know you can't go too wide. I think that's actually comes from the
as he takes the lead at the start of lap 28 to the delight
Jose
of the crowd.
leading.
Miyazono into the pits then.
It comes actually from the track limits that you can actually go like when you enter the sand part
It's an odd place
corner, right? You have to go so wide to the right before the corner before, and you can go there like this. You have like half a tire on the curve, and the other overall car is on off track, which is stupid. You shouldn't be able to do it. And that's what gives you this moment.
I mean, you could come in again for another
like the same in time trial, right?
Serrano,
you have to go really wide.
who's currently out front,
Basically, like one quarter of the tire is on
this pace he's on. If he can eat this out right to the end
and
the
like
hard
90%
tire
of
right
the
at
car
the
is
end
up.
of the race, he has a chance of winning this.
Well, every other driver in front has to run the hard competitive tyre. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Kai de Bruyne there into the pit lane. So where does he go from the soft competitive tyre? He goes on to the hard as well. So are they just going to run the hards to the end of this race? Or are they going to try and get them off as soon as they possibly can? At the moment, it's looking okay. Kylian Drumont on the recovery after sending it into the barrier. He's had a sequence, though. He's a lap down on Coque Lopez. Lopez sitting in second place at the moment. It's a Spanish 1-2 with just 6 laps remaining as De Bruyne comes out of the pits. He's going to be net on for a podium as it stands now here in World Series 1 in 2024. He's driven a quite superlative race. I don't want to jinx it because I know what the commentator's curse is like, but he's having a fantastic run of things so far.
Just looking at the lap times right now, what I would like to see is a lap time for Miyazono on this hard compounder tyre. So we'll keep an eye on that because that's going to be pivotal. That pace on that hard tyre is going to decide this race for Takuma Miyazono. Right now, Serrano blistering lap times to him, low 59s from Jose Serrano. So he knows this stint counts. He knows he has to push now. Coque Lopez also putting in some decent lap times, just not quite
Didn't he start from like P10 or something?
There is Kai de Bruyne. So that is the race for them now. They're both on hards to the end of the race, so it's going to be a straight fight. Serrano again well into the 59s. I'm still waiting for Miyazono to come through the last part of the lap to see what sort of pace he's on. I think what he needs to be maybe is within a low 1 minute lap time. Anything more than that, it's a 1 minute .6 for Takuma Miyazono, which is not a bad lap on that hard compounded tyre, but it's 8/10 slower than the current leader.
Yeah, Serrano and Lopez still eking it out on that soft competitive tyre. You can see the rears though getting pretty second hand, to be honest with you. So I wonder whether they'll be coming in at the end of lap 30 for a new set of boots for the hard tyres to the end of this race. What does Serrano do? No, goes round again.
I would. I was him. Yeah. I would do exactly the same thing. I would that tyre for as long as possible, the hard for the littlest time, because he's still capable of doing these sub 1 minute laps. Every lap he's doing that, he's building that gap to Miyazono or closing it depending on the aggro. We don't really know where he sits right now, which is quite an exciting thing. But again, Miyazono, yeah, about 6 to 8 tenths a lap slower at the moment. So
it's going to be close, isn't it? It's going to be
really
very close at the end of
I'm
this
trusting.
one.
Warning.
I hope you're excited for this as much as we are here
Damn
in
it,
the
Roach.
commentary box. So a Spanish 1-2 at the moment. They both got the hard competitive tyre. They both got their final pit stops left to run in this race. There's
Now you see, you can't bump draft everyone.
And this has been a
In the air
fantastic
races,
race
stop
from
bump draft.
Jose Serrano, part of the
can't do
Spanish team which won the Nations Cup last year, along with Paul Ura and Coque Lopez, of course. And Serrano continuing where he left off.
And these guys are now to win races. They are the Spanish contingent here in the GT World Series are all massively decorated, extremely quick, extremely consistent. Musical Coque, consistency Lopez, and he comes into the pits now to, I think, come onto that hard tyre for the last part of his stint. But a good drive so far from Lopez, I think. The best he probably could have done from where he was in the grid. Got a bit caught up a mid-race with some of the lapped cars there, which I think has sort of hindered his charge somewhat, but still a great drive. Again, Serrano still in under a minute on those worn tyres. What can Miyazono do?
Well, Lopez here was lapping pretty similar to Jose Serrano, but he was about 5 seconds or so back. So I wonder where he's going to emerge in relation to Miyazono and Kai de Bruyne. That will be the proof in the pudding for where Serrano is going to emerge. Let's have a look and see what happens.
Miyazono got ahead of Coque Lopez.
Goes through up into second. That's to be expected. But where is Lopez going to come out of the pit? And how far behind Miyazono? Or indeed, will he be behind Kai de Bruyne as we start the 32nd lap? Lopez there, 2.9 seconds away. It's going to be pretty close. But look at Serrano. He's now built that gap up to 31 seconds.
Has this been a masterclass from Serrano? He comes into the box now.
There's no way.
Pit stop has to take that hard compounder tyre. 32 seconds.
He's actually going to win this.
Before Miyazono crosses the line and overtakes. This is now everything for this race. These mechanics chucking on a set of the new hard Michelin tyre. Serrano exits the pit lane. Where is Takuma Miyazono on the track map? He's still going through the last chicane. There's Miyazono now. Where is Serrano? Miyazono coming around the last corner. Serrano now exiting the pit lane. Where is he? Across the line. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. There he is. It's Serrano out in front. He is. Serrano out in front of Takuma Miyazono. What a stint from the Spanish driver, and now it's a straight fight between two of the quickest GT drivers in the world.
The only thing I will say, Serrano's got to get temperature into those tyres as we come through these first few corners. It's fast and flowing, and that's where Miyazono will be able to use the extra speed. He needs to go now, as soon as he can, to get with Miyazono in order to be able to win this. It's Serrano versus Miyazono, Spaniard versus Japanese driver, as we come down this back straight. So Miyazono's got the advantage of the slipstream. Is he going to have a dive to the inside for the chicane?
This is better than...
Wide to that, goes for the defensive line, tries to park it on the outside. Miyazono goes for the outside line. Side by side they go, down into the chicane, and Miyazono leads at the end of lap 33. That was crucial for Miyazono. He needed to do that to take the lead away and retain his chances of victory.
This fight is going to go down to the wire. I guarantee Miyazono was shocked when he saw Serrano ahead of him there. No one would have suspected Jose Serrano to have that pace in the mid-stint, but we should know better than that by now. This guy is a multiple
he's gone. What the hell?
in the GT Life and the World Series. Miyazono
what the hell?
rocketing away down the hill there, using the advantage of not having to run through the dirty air, and he just needs to build a bit of a gap coming down to the straight. Already 8 tenths in that first sector. Miyazono is locked in now. Can Serrano do anything from here?
He's locked in, holy crap.
P5 as well, but the battle remains up front, weaving on the straight, trying to break the draft. Can Serrano do anything to catch Miyazono?
With the crowd here absolutely loving this one in Montreal, and Miyazono pulling out an advantage of 6 tenths of a second in a lap. 2 laps soon to become 1 remaining then here.
It's
for
freaking
Miyazono.
rapid.
It is now or never
Jesus
time for
Christ.
Jose Serrano as we
Did
come
you see how he pulled away in the SS down the hill?
Road Atlanta to begin the final lap for the grand final in the Nations Cup. It is advantage to Takuma Miyazono as we go through turn
He's
1.
gone.
I
think he's gone.
Stayed out 1 more lap on that soft tyre. Would it have mattered? Would it have counted? Who knows? But we're on the last lap here, 8 tenths of seconds to lead. Miyazono just rocketing away in that first
Look at it, down the hill. What the hell?
The gap over 2 seconds.
What? Serrano made a mistake
Showing
somewhere.
you why he's one of the most respected drivers in the Gran Turismo community. This guy putting on the clinic here. He's only got half a lap now between him and victory. Miyazono looking dominant once again.
This has been an absolutely fantastic performance from Takuma Miyazono. It looked like it had swung in the direction of Jose Serrano, but Miyazono was there. The temperature was in his tyres. He was ready to pounce. He had the initiative. He took the initiative.
What a race,
He took
Jesus
the race
Christ.
away. And now he comes through the final series of corners. What a commanding drive from Takuma Miyazono here in the Nations Cup as he rounds the final corner of Road Atlanta to win World
Holy
Series
crap, what a
1
race.
here in Montreal.
Hold on, like...
Fantastic. Takuma Miyazono takes top honours. It's a double Spanish podium with Serrano leading home Coque Lopez as well.
Yeah, so
and a
yes.
fantastic race for Kai de Bruyne, the Dutchman. 4th position at the checkered flag. But what a drive. He's not a triple world champion for no reason at all. That
Correct me
was
if I'm
the
wrong.
drive of a man who wants to
But
get
I
another
think
title
Jose
in
started from
2024.
P10 or something.
Drive by Takuma Miyazono, but of course big mention to Jose Serrano. He's plus 8 positions from the starting place. He almost won this thing. That middle stint was outstanding, but you have
Plus
to
8
wonder
positions.
what could have been if there wasn't all
What
that
the frick?
confusion mid-race with the lapped cars. That definitely cost Coque Lopez, definitely cost Jose Serrano, definitely cost Kai de Bruyne time. Miyazono was probably the only one that didn't get in the way of that one. So, but amazing racing here, and just like always, the Nations Cup comes down to the last lap. What fantastic viewing.
Let's have a look then.
Holy crap, what a race.
Fantastic race. Takuma Miyazono taking top honours, but it was Kylian Drumont who started it on pole position on the soft competitive tyre, and it looked like he was
Look at
spot
this.
on for
Jose the P7. It's not a
running in line with
P8.
a strategy. We saw some great moves being made
No,
from
it's
Kai
not a
de Bruyne as he
P10.
elevated himself up the order. Coque
Holy
Lopez
crap.
here with Sasaki as well. They had a bit of contact with one another earlier on in the race. And it all got a bit messy in the mid-stint as we saw some lap cars getting involved in the action.
I mean, at the end,
Cost a lot of
Miyazono was
drivers
just like,
crucial
there's...
time at that point, and it
He
really
gained like
cost them
half a
opportunity,
second,
but we saw some
the
big
first,
saves as well from Kai de Bruyne.
the penultimate
Kai
lap
de Bruyne really
down the
showing
hill.
just staying his intent, I think, for later rounds. The guy's got talent, you know. Keep an eye out for him. I think 4th place would probably be his worst result of this year.
Yeah, you can see some of the action here. This is what was going on with the lap runners there. This was Roach just sort of getting in the way of Lopez and Serrano at this particular point. Despite that, it didn't thwart him too much. Unfortunately, Valerio Gallo's race had a bit of a ceremonious end as he made a mistake over the crest of the hill. Lost position. This was Lopez
Show
making
us
a decisive lunge on Takuma
oopsie
Sasaki
as well.
for fourth place on lap 23, and then later on it all came undone for the race leader, Kylian Drumont. We thought he had it in his pocket. He sent it off into the barrier, and unfortunately that was his chance for victory coming to a very sudden end.
This shows you how difficult this car is on that circuit and how fine the margins are. Here was Jose Serrano on an absolute charge at the end of the race.
Insane.
He was driving, he was in the low 59s for about 5 laps. The guy had mega pace, so much so in fact that he came out ahead of Takuma Miyazono, but he just couldn't quite get those hard tyres up to temperature soon enough. Miyazono pounced, and that was the last that Miyazono saw of Jose Serrano. Pulled off into the sunset, came around the last corner and won by 2 seconds in what has been one of the most exciting Nations Cup races for a while.
Yeah, fantastic job from Takuma Miyazono. What a brilliant job. Let's get confirmation of the results then from the grand final. Miyazono takes top honours ahead of Serrano and Coque Lopez. Then Kai de Bruyne in 4th position ahead of Takuma Sasaki. Valerio Gallo 6th place.
P12 error.
Callum Roach, we saw him in the walls in the middle stages. He finishes though ahead of Robbie Heck, Adriano Carrazza, and then Kylian Drumont. Victory looked like it was on the cards for him. That moment though cost him very dear indeed. He eventually finished a minute down on the rest of the field. You can see the points
good night,
rankings
John. Thanks for
also
hanging out
reflecting the results of that race. Points awarded from 1st down to 6th place after round 1. Takuma Miyazono.
I mean, this guy's results was an error, so
over Serrano and Lopez. Let's catch up then with our winner from World Series 1 in the Nations Cup here in Montreal. It is Takuma Miyazono. He's down talking to Jules.
Yeah, we're done.
Takuma.
Shut it. I'm so tired. I need to sleep. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone hanging out. Thank you Cranky Cake for a double donation. Hold on. Thank you Freddy for 6 months in Pupu Crew. Thank you Cranky for the 3.49 and then 5.99 donations. Thank you very much. Thank you Wolfie. Thank you Jan. Good night. Yeah, error. Thank you everyone for hanging out. It was fun. We talk about the update on Monday, right? We'll go through it again. Good night, guys. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. I will see you when I'll see you. Ciao.